Hello, baby. Didn't go live yesterday, and a few people were disappointed in me. But I was actually with my friend pretty much all day, who's visiting from Los Angeles. And it's funny that he's visiting from a place called Corona in Los Angeles with a story that happened to me last night, which I'll get into in a moment. My brother just messaged me. Yeah, just gone live right now, bro. Are you having a good weekend? Well, what day is it today, actually? Saturday, yeah. Are you having a good weekend? So yeah, yesterday was pretty chill day indeed. My bro Chris loves the ocean. He came and he's here for I think he stays till August the 3rd. He's going to be leaving on Tom Brady's birthday, which is hilarious. Just sums it all up for me. Just Brady's always there or thereabouts in a ritual involving me. I got another story with what happened with Chris last night, my mate. I'll get into that. So I met him at about midday. Hello, Carly Pink Joseph. How you doing? Hope you're well. Hope you're well. Loving those. Is it flowers? Beautiful pink flowers. I'll be discussing flowers in this live stream. So went to the beach with him, and we were like, all right, we'll just hang out. 3 beers each. Cheeky 33. 3 beers each. We'll go for a swim, and we'll just chill. And it was like 90 degrees. So I think I drunk 3 beers in 20 minutes. So I was like, let's have 3 more and then call it a day. And I went for a swim. I don't think he did. He went for a run or a walk. Well, he went for a couple of walks. And then we went our separate ways. I came home to teach English. And then we went out last night. Just literally I think we had 3 drinks last night. And remember, he's in town. He's on holiday. When my mates visit me, I'm in vacation mode. That's one of the beautiful things about where I live. People visit me every other week. So we went out, went to 3 different bars, and then went for tacos. But there's this bar called Happy Ending, and it is a bar, guys. It's not what you think it is. It's not a massage parlor. It's called Happy Ending, and it's a cool bar. And there was these 2. Let me respond. Hey, Jewish, how you doing? You were attacked by sharks? No, Colo, never been attacked by a shark. Been bit by a stingray, though. It's a nightmare. Where do you think Ronaldo's going? I haven't been paying attention with the Premier League. I'll take a look. Maybe tomorrow. Space Cowboy! Sven Dabs, how you doing? It wasn't a gay bar, bro. I promise you. There was more women in there. Well, then again, there's probably more women in gay bars than men. No, it's definitely not a gay bar. I'm not aware of any gay bars where I live. I'm sure there is, though. There's gay bars everywhere. Hey, Alan. So, hey, Lady Hawk. Hope you're well. So, for the last month and a half, maybe 2 months, to get into a club now, you've not needed this. You've not needed it. And I thought, finally, I know that the government and whoever can just play around with us whenever they want. So I always have a mask in my back pocket just in case. Just in case. And these 2 big bouncers were like, you can't come in without a mask. And my friend didn't have one. So I was like, mate, shall we just leave it? He was like, no, I'll go buy one, which annoyed me in itself. And then I saw they were selling designer masks, designer ones. And anyone who's bought one of them, you need to really have a strong word with yourself. They're absolutely mocking you if you're buying a designer one and spending a lot of money to stop you from breathing, basically. So he got one because basically what he said, you have to put it on for a couple of seconds and then you can take it off. I was like, this don't make any sense. These bouncers were big. I don't care. I was like, well, why? I was doing why? Maybe I had too much sun. What's the point? I was like, look at all them. There's 100 people there, all sat around each other, and they don't have this on. Why? Why, boys? And then he pointed to there. I went, I don't care what it says. Why? That doesn't tell me why. That's just saying I have to wear you know what. It's not saying why. So I was like, my mate was like, let's just go. I want to go in this place. Just let's have one drink. I was like, all right. So I put it on for half a second. I walked past these 2 guys, half a second. I took it off. I didn't even really put it on. It was like mocking them the way I put it on. And I was walking towards a seat, and this big guy, well, he wasn't tall, but he was built. And he came up to me and he grabbed me, and that's when I snapped. That's when I snapped. I went, "Don't touch me, lad." And it's funny, someone on that night said I looked like Conor McGregor. I think he thought I was Conor McGregor. I said, "Get off me, what's your problem? I'm gonna go sit down." Put this on, I went. And I said to him, I went, "Cover your nose then, mate." This guy was big. I went, "Cover your nose, like it's coming out of your nostrils. Can you cover your nose, please, mate? And then I'll think about it." And then he went to grab me to take me out, and I was like, "Get off me now." And I sat down, and then he walked off. He didn't do anything. It's like, it's absolutely weak. So anyway, that was an annoying start to the night out. And then we went to this other place, which was cool enough. You didn't have to wear one. So I was like, what's going on here? Then we went to this other place, which felt like I was in Ibiza. Like the music was pounding. And just had one there. That was good. Didn't have to wear that. But everyone who works there had to wear one. But then the creme de la creme. We went for tacos afterwards. Much love to Svali, who's visited me a few times from New Jersey. I think he comes more for the tacos than to see me. And they were special. They were really special. So today I'm going to have a pretty quiet one. Well, it's never really quiet with me. I'm going to do this live, and then I'm going to go for a swim. Then I'm going out for dinner with my friend Chris at a place called Tres Serenas. There's a girl performing called Yolanda, and she's another like incredible musician. I will say this, like since my awakening, yeah, she plays the flute, guitar. She's got a beautiful voice, so I'll be doing that later. A place called Tres Serenas, which means 3 mermaids in Spanish. But I'm not going to drink today. I'm not going to have any drinks. Oh, hey, that looks unbelievable. Enjoy that, Stacey. Is that guy in the background sleeping? Is he sleeping or dead? Wow. Stacey's out having Italian food, which is my favorite. So yesterday, it was a fun day. And I was speaking to my mate. I was like, I haven't slept properly for 2 years. And I was like, any advice? He's like, I don't know. Not really. I don't know how I'm still going at this rate when I don't sleep. It's crazy. Hey, legit lad, how you doing? You left a comment on my video. Thank you. 34 in the chat. I see 32. I think I'm behind with the chat, or maybe it just changes. Truth Matters 222. Good day, mate. Never in a million years would I put on a face diaper, stand your ground, and don't be a coward by wearing a muzzle. Exactly. Well, okay, you might say even for a second. I get your point. I was pretty much adamant I didn't want to go in there. But if you'd have seen it, mate, it wasn't even on me. It was like, it was half onto my ear. It didn't cover anything. It was more mockery than anything what I did. And the guy grabbed me. And you guys haven't seen me snap. Yeah, you ain't seen me snap. If somebody's just going to grab me and they don't know who I am for no reason, they're going to grab me, then I go. Like, and something happens with my voice. People don't, on my eyes, something happens. My voice goes like beyond deep, and my eyes get really big. Even it's pretty small, my eyes, they get really big. And I'm very like adamant, don't touch me. Do not touch me. Get off now. They don't know who I am. They don't know if I'm a UFC fighter or anything, do they? They have no idea who I am. And he did, because he was trying to use his power. There's a lot of these people that have these jobs, especially in security. All right. They've got most security people that I know, just they think for that night when they're stood on a door that they're big tough guys, that they've got all this power, that we should bow down to them. Nah, not a chance. Not a chance. Joey baby, my mate Chris, He said it's the funniest thing ever when I say that. He kept saying "baby" last night. He couldn't help himself. He loves it. He loves it. Okay. Let me get back to Chris before I go on about basically relationships after an awakening. I couldn't believe it. I messaged my mate who's doing my website. Much love, Gabrielle. He asked me to call him literally a minute before this live. I said, I'm going live, mate. So maybe during it or after it. Mr. White. Mr. White. How you doing, baby? You good? So Truth Matters has a hard time sleeping also. Someone tell me this brother passed recently. He broke down telling me he was 38 years old. I asked him what happened. He said he just collapsed at work. Well, I don't know what to say about that. Still don't know what happened, did they? Okay, I'm live now. Just, do you have a YouTube channel or anything? Or shall I just promote your Instagram page? Chronically Lee. What flag is that? Is that Canada, baby? Is that Canada? I think it is, isn't it? Nothing but love for Canadians, the ones that I've met. Nothing but love. Greta! Greta! My boy, one of my best friends, even though I've not seen him in a very long time. He's one of those people who will always be close to me. Every time he gets in contact with me, I get a thrill. So, yeah, Greta's Graham. I won't say his full name, but what a guy. Just always happy, man. Always happy. And very, very aware of what's going on in the world, I feel. So, I told you about all my 303s. Crazy 303s. My Patreon gets deleted with 303 patrons. I have the Warriors to beat the Celtics. Celtics ended on 303 playoff losses after losing the NBA Finals. And then I have Gabrielle, now the Archangel, contact me from Colorado saying, I would love to design a website for you. He called me, Colorado's area code 303. So then I went to pick up Chris. He's staying in like an apartment downtown. I was like, I'm here, mate. It's like, oh, I'm not ready yet. I was like, okay, what's your room number? I'll come up. 303. And I said, you're joking, because he watches my live streams. He really likes my live streams. He said he listens to them at the gym, all of that. I was like, yeah, good one, mate. Seriously, what's your number? He's like, 303. I was like, okay, I'll come check it out. And guys, his apartment number is 303. Remember, I had my awakening at 33, and Jesus died at 33 in 33 AD. I was born in 33 date numerology. I live in Mexico. That's 33. From England, that's 33. And then I lived in Los Angeles, the Angels, for X amount of years. It is just, I've got a photo of the door. I'll do a little post on my Twitter. This is the type of stuff I would always post on my Patreon. And now I can't because I don't have a Patreon. Right. What I'm going to do now, guys, just do me a favor, if you can, if you have an Instagram or something. So I've noticed now with me, since I've had this awakening, I really appreciate artists, and not just the people that paint and draw. I'm talking about local musicians, people who write poetry, just anything like that. I have a lot of respect for now. And I actually prefer listening to like local bands or musicians than the mainstream. I wouldn't be able to tell you a song now in the chat at all. So basically, I'm going to put the name of this girl's little band. I think she performs with her friend or her brother. I don't know her that well, to be honest, but where I'm going for dinner tonight, she's performing. So I know a lot of you got rid of Instagram and stuff and social media. Good for you. If you do, just check her out. That's her Instagram name. And then I don't know how I'm going to get this. Link here, because she sent me it on the phone. Cascoli experience, I think. She doesn't have many people, but she deserves more. You know what I mean? It's like that. A lot of talented people, they're not getting any recognition. They don't get any recognition because they're talented, honest people. But then when they perform, I guess when they're performing live in restaurants and bars, that's where they do get the recognition that they deserve. Guys, I'm going to be going to next week. I'm going to a open mic poetry night, and I'm gonna write some poetry and read it. And I don't know whether to read it with a beat in the background or just read it. I don't know what's more powerful. So it hit me the other night. I was like, why am I writing poetry at 2:20 a.m.? Like, what happened to me? When I say what happened to me, I'm not saying it's bad. I was like, it's 2:20 a.m. and I'm writing poetry and I'm making videos about Bewitched, Billy Piper, and Sophie Ellis-Bextor being blokes, like late at night. And a part of me giggled. I was like, that is absolutely ridiculous, actually. Especially when I was really attracted to Sophie Ellis-Bextor, who's now a bloke. Bewitched, I never liked any of them, but I always remember that line. Some people say I look like me dad. And I was like, well, that don't make sense to me. And now it does, because they're all blokes. And Billy Piper, I always remember, told you she got to number 1 at age 15. Why you gotta play that song so loud? Because we want to. Just a terrible song. I could write that song in 5 seconds. I write better songs in 5 minutes than she has on a whole album. And she gets to number 1. And I'm not even a guy who claims to be a musician or a songwriter. And I was just thinking, the music that we've been brought up with, yeah, there's been some amazing songs along the way, profound songs. But when you break it down, the Venga bus is coming and everybody's jumping. Like, what is that? It's baby songs. I'm a baby girl. What is this? In all seriousness, life is plastic. It's fantastic. It's like a 4-year-old wrote it. Let me just throw some words together that rhyme. And I just think we've been completely like dumbed down. Honestly. And then people can't go deep. People can't have deep conversations because I don't know. They just can't, it seems, most people. So someone's asking me, what do you mean by awakening? That's a really good question. It's a really top question. And I'll give you my opinion. Awakening is where you basically completely question your reality. For me, that's what an awakening is. Awakening is not so much like you open your eyes and you see everything clearly, because again, that's perception. For me, an awakening is where your life's views flip upside down and you start seeing the world completely differently, and people start seeing you completely differently. That's an awakening for me. Because we all have our own personal spiritual awakenings. They're not all the same. They're not all the same. They're not supposed to be. So I'll discuss mine. That's all I can do. I can't discuss everybody else's. Only they know. Hey P, how you doing, brother? That beard is growing. Yeah, I told you I was out last night. Somebody actually thought I was Conor McGregor, guy outside a taco stand. Are you Conor McGregor? I could have played along if I was like a bit more like in a happier mood. I would have played along and said yeah and put his accent on. He asked me if I was Irish. I have actually a bit of Irish in me. I do, but I sound like an American when I say that. Like every time you speak to an American, I go, "Oh yeah, I'm from England." Oh my god, like I'm like 22.5% British. It's like, are you? But are you though? Yeah, and I'm like 15% Portuguese, 15% Swedish, 10% Irish. It's like, are you? Because you took a test that you paid a ridiculous amount of money for, where they could just bullshit you with anything. with anything. Like, all right, show you her. Getting easier to see the blokes underneath the makeup masks. Listen, it is when you've got eyes to see. I'm going to share a photo of J-Lo. J-Lo is a bloke with a straight back. And again, I don't know what's worse. Yeah, I've looked into back masking. It's definitely mind control. Very satanic as well. I don't know what's worse, what J-Lo's done and people like J-Lo. Deceiving women or men? Great question, eh? Who's J-Lo deceived the most? Because J-Lo's a man, all right? Women or men? Because obviously with men, we've lusted after J-Lo. We've lusted after it. Like, I had a giant poster on my wall. I thought J-Lo was so special. Got completely played. And I put my hands up and go, J-Lo got me good. You always had J-Lo dating different people all the time. It's like a humiliation ritual, I think, for the guys, or if they are guys, who knows. Or has she deceived women more who really want to be her? I want to be like J-Lo, this powerful woman. She can act, she can sing, she's beautiful. Like, look how incredible she looks at whatever. Let me look at her age now, J-Lo. She's got to be in her 50s. She's got to be close to 50. 52. Jennifer Lynn Lopez. Just, so the older they get, the more blatant it looks. So every passing year now with J-Lo, she's going to look more and more masculine, and you can start seeing it. If you go back and look at her in her 30s, oh, wow, I'm just looking at a photo of J-Lo now, and it's blatantly a man, blatantly. And Ben Affleck is a female. They put them together. And didn't J-Lo also get with, is it Mark Anthony, I think, who's a female? It's absolutely baffling what they do. And Shakira's starting to look more masculine. Another one I had a major crush on. And I think, didn't Shakira and J-Lo perform at the Super Bowl pretty recently? I'm pretty sure they did. Or was it Beyonce? I think it was J-Lo. I don't know. But they're both blokes. So, listen, why did I just start talking about J-Lo? Americans, English, Aussies, same people. Are they? Well, I'll always remember this blonde girl coming up to me and made me laugh. I've got to sign in. She was like, oh my God, where are you from? Oh my God, that accent's so cute. I was like, take a guess. Have a guess. Oh my God, girls, he's Australian. I'm like, nope. And she went, oh, just tell me. I was like, I'm English. Oh my God, I was super close. I was so close. I was like, no, you wasn't. Australia's the other side of the world. So what you on about? It's not like you said Irish or Scottish or Welsh or whatever. You said Australian, which is the other side of the world. You're not close. Now go away. I don't think I said go away. I walked away after that. The voice was really irritating. So hard to believe these people are blokes, but nothing would surprise me these days, to be honest. But when you do your research, I keep trying to tell you all this. When you research anatomy, human anatomy, you don't need to go on a course and get in debt at university to study anatomy. It's one of the beautiful things about the internet. Like, if you know where to look, there's a lot of information to gather. And when you study anatomy, you will see that these people who you think are one sex are actually the opposite. And I actually had a friend of mine who actually kind of disagrees with what I'm saying. I've got a new thing. Invert alert. And I see them. I think I see them walking around where I live now. And it might be a new game of mine, playing invert alert. So my bro here, Nigel, he said this. I can't really read it all out, actually. He said these so-called inverts are not inverts. And then he goes to Genesis 1:27. Is a deception, kind of. It says, male and female, he made them both. The first biblical creation, androgynes. These are so-called bloodlines. And they said, look at the picture of Queen Victoria. It's a dude. And I've said all the queens are men. I've said all of this. Barbara Bush, Queen Betty, Justin Bieber, even Samantha Fox. Fox for your 666. Said their handlers get to choose which gender they will be on the world stage. Trump and his wife are also in this group of non-humans. So I haven't looked enough into this. And he says, you have come a long way in your awakening, my friend. Let me take you deeper down the rabbit soul. You are aware that the Talmud spells God without the O. Hebrew doesn't have an O, they have an A, as in Aleph. G is a gimme, 3. A is Aleph, 1. D is Dalet, 4. So right there you have pi. Yeah, 314. Okay. Gad could be Gadriel, not that Ra and El. Some say Satan himself, since he's supposed to be a fallen angel. His name means wall or fence, and his job was to guard the garden. Maybe that's why Trump said to build a fence or build a wall, whatever he said. That's interesting. And then he wants me to hit him up. So yeah, I get bombarded with messages and stuff like different. Why I've gathered so much knowledge, I think I've managed to interact with so many people all over the world who have their own unique stories and their own opinions, and I just take the ones that I find to be interesting and then I learn about them. From what I know, my dad was English and Native American, and my mum is German, Jewish, and Mexican. My dad's family is a line of Adam's family. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da da. I used to love the Addams Family, by the way. That movie. I'm not going to turn into Cousin It, am I? Cousin It, where just basically a furball. Aussie women are hot. The ones that I've met have been beautiful, but we can't just say every Australian female is hot. I remember growing up, and I really liked Neighbours, and I really liked Home and Away. I really liked those two shows, okay, when I used to watch TV. And I always thought, I wish I lived in Australia. Like, I wish I grew up on Ramsay Street. It's like, there was at least like 10 cast members that were beautiful. And it was the same with Home and Away. I had a time where I wanted to live in Australia. And now I've got a lot of people I speak to from Australia. One of my closest friends, Oz, his actual name's Lindsay. He's in India right now, coaching. He's Australian. He's from Newcastle. How many prostitutes did we send to Oz? I don't have the exact number. Cristiano could be making a return to Sporting. Remember, he began his career with Sporting. He got the number 28 jersey, the perfect number. 28's the 7th triangular number, and then he became CR7. That's where it's good to know your triangular numbers, your prime numbers, your Fibonacci numbers. I was speaking to a woman the other day. I don't even think I can pronounce her name. Let me find her name in my phone book. Where is it? Hayatsi. And she was really interested in numbers and the universe. So there's people out there, which I'll get into in a moment. But yeah, the Aussies I've met have been beautiful. But it's like, if you go to like Eastern Europe, like when I was in Poland, I thought the women are breathtaking in Eastern Europe. Like breathtaking. Everywhere you look, there were beautiful women. But it depends on your taste, doesn't it? It depends on your taste. Some guys like tall, pale, blonde girls. Other girls like short brunettes with tan skin. Some guys just like anything. Like they don't care. I've told you, for me, I like short girls. Often dark hair, it's not limited to, with a nice tan and who are in shape. But what comes in front of that now is like, do they make me laugh? Are they, can they stimulate my brain and stuff like that? So this is where my outlook's changed with relationships. So I'm going to get into it with you. I'll just say my bit. Some of you might have had similar experiences. Others might think, what's he talking about? So growing up, like we'll start from like the age of about 17. You wanted to go out, you wanted to party for me, and it was all about, can I get a girl at the end of the night? So go out, have a laugh, dance, joke around, have great banter with your mates, but can I leave with a beautiful woman? That's my goal. All right, maybe go back to student halls, maybe go back to my parents' house, which I probably did a bit too often when I was younger, and took them to the basement, which I'm not Joseph Fritzl. Like, the house where my family live is huge. And we had this cellar or basement. It's just great. It had like a sofa bed, pool table, dartboard, all of that. It was like an apartment. So I would often sneak in at like 3 or 4 a.m. with somebody. But this is when I was younger, guys. You probably can relate. Some of you might go, that's outrageous, that's disgusting behavior. You shouldn't go out and get different girls. I had a stage of doing that. I think a lot of guys do, and girls, when they're younger. But this is my story. Then I moved to the US, and then it's a similar thing again. I'm out with the boys, all these football coaches, football players who are just lively. We'd go out 4 or 5 nights a week, and just English lads, Irish lads, just in the US, in Los Angeles. They love our accent. Like, we not really got any bills to pay. Whatever money we were making was ours to just basically eat and drink and party. So it was the same thing again. Can we go out? Can we have a laugh? Can we have a joke? Now can we get some beautiful American girls or whatever? And you did that for a few years. I don't know how many years, quite a few. Then I met the yes, some guys do like anything, Greza. There's guys that will take anything at the buffet. Anything. They don't care. Whereas with me, I'm very selective at the buffet. I have to, if I don't like everything that's available to me, baby. Hey, Narina. Then I met the love of my life. Well, in between that, I had a couple of serious girlfriends. Amy, Heather, great girls, amazing girls. But again, it's just part of your growth in it. A girl called, my first girlfriend in the US was called Annie. And guess what? She was from Colorado. She ran track at Loyola. She was sponsored by Adidas, so she would always give me shoes to take back to my mum. So that was a bonus. That was a Brucey bonus, baby. So yeah, then I literally found the love of my life in the US. We were married like a long time, I think 9 years. And I thought, that's it. Boom, I got this girl. She's incredible. She's amazing. Like, we've got this beautiful house. We've both got decent jobs. We make each other laugh. We're both attracted to each other. There's respect there. I thought, all right, I'm set for life here. Boom. And then I had that awakening. I know people go, oh, awakening. What is an awakening? And it's up to you what you believe an awakening is. Oh my God, 33, the live, and I had my awakening at 33. And started writing that book, didn't I? The Illusion, which is pretty much done now. And that was it. I started seeing the world completely differently, which then really affected my relationship. Thank you, Narina, for the compliment about the beard. If you want to pull, just talk about Gematria. I'll get into that, Sean. I'll get into that in a moment. So then something in my soul said, I need to be single. Not because of the obvious reasons that you would think, that he just wants to go around and have sex with different girls every night. That's what people accused me of leaving my relationship for. It was nothing to do with that. Absolutely zero, zilch to do with that. My soul said, you need to do this alone. I knew that to go next level in this awakening, where I was getting called to do something, that I couldn't do it whilst being married and working in a school. I was like, those two things that I loved in many ways were going to hold me back in many ways. And again, it was about, I've always pretty much listened to my soul and spirit. That's why I've traveled and done this and done that. But something really strong hit me. It was like, you can't do this, Adam. You've got to go next level here, and you're not going to do that whilst you're stuck in the matrix, really. I'm not saying being married means you're in the matrix. Depends who you're married to, how you see the world, your outlook. But for me, just the whole thing of teaching and coaching and then going home and then watching a movie and then going to bed and then repeating all of that and then maybe seeing your friends once a week that would come out to our house because we had a big house. We'd cook dinner, which was beautiful, like cook steaks on the bar, boy. Put another steak on the barbie, Jeff. And we'd do all of that, and that was great. But then I was like, I want more. I want more. I want to be stimulated more, like in so many ways, spiritually, physically, mentally, so much more. Not just like, how was work? How was work? Should we buy a new rug for the house? Like I couldn't do it anymore. So now somebody was saying, if you want to pull, just talk about Gematria. So when I meet people at the beginning, they always go, it's one of the most common questions. What do you do? What do you do? And it's like almost instantly you get asked that. How was that food, eh? Are you going to get dessert? Boom, baby. This is what I do. Like I'm in deep thought and then I respond to messages. What was I talking about? Somebody help me out there. Dating. So they ask you, so what do you do? And my first answer is, I'm a football coach. And then they go, so annoying being English here. American football or soccer? I'm like, oh. So more often than not, now I have to say, I'm a soccer coach. I've got my own soccer coaching company. And they go, all right, that's cool. I say, do you do anything else? Like, yeah, I also teach English online. I used to work in a international school, but now I teach English online. So when people ask me, I don't go, I'm a content creator. I have an online platform. It's when I get to know them a little bit more. And then they go like, so what are you interested in? Thank you for that compliment, Lionel. Your codes are probably the best out there. That's all opinion as well. But I appreciate you saying that. Lionel Blair, baby. Do you have PlayStation consoles there in Mexico? Yeah, mate. We have everything that you have in the West here. It's probably more expensive living here than most places in Europe. So yeah, we have PlayStations. My wife got me a PlayStation 2 when it just came out. When was that? 6 years ago. And I've never been a guy into video games, really. My brother loved them. My close friends loved them. I would occasionally play. Like Friday night, we'd have a sleepover. We'd have a FIFA tournament or Pro Evo or Street Fighter and all of that. But I was never big into it. But she got me one because I was missing my mates back home. And they were like, why don't you get PS2, get FIFA, get PlayStation Plus? We'll play FIFA and like play for money or whatever. And we can get the headset and have banter with each other. I thought, that's perfect. That's great. Do that a few days a week. And I did do that. And then eventually you realize that people have lives. They have their kids, their job, their wife, all of that. It's like, I can't just message like back in the day when you're a kid. Hey, mate, let's play FIFA. It's like, oh, I'm at work. I'm working overtime. My kid's sick. It's like all of that. It's like, so after about a year of doing it, it was like I was playing on it maybe twice a month. And then I just stopped playing on it. I still have it somewhere. I might give it to my mate who has kids. I might do that. There's no point in me just having it. I don't even know where it is. It's somewhere in this apartment in a box, in the PlayStation box. I don't know where it is. But I don't play video games at all. So, yeah. So when you get speaking to these girls or even guys like mates or people that you just bump into, like I told you, I live in a place where every week there's new people coming on holiday or vacation. And I got the beach, or I used to go often. I'd speak to people. People would always be drawn to speak to me as well. Like, obviously, they'd hear me speak or whatever. They would have no idea that I live here. So they'd ask me like, where are you traveling from? Cool accent, the same shit. I'm like, I actually live here. No way, bro. This is paradise. Yeah, it's amazing. I love it. So what's your story, man? And like, then I get into my story, tell the same story that I have to tell everybody. I go, I'm actually working now. And they go, what you on about? You're on the beach. I'm like, no, I have an online platform. What's it called? Patreon. No one's heard of it. Like when I tell people, oh, I don't anymore, and people keep asking me, what's your Patreon now on YouTube, which is annoying. So I used to love when people sent me those comments because that's a new Patreon. And I go, I have a Patreon. What's that? I was like, oh, it's an online account and people all over the world like pay me $10 a month to access my content. What's your content? It's pretty complicated, mate. No, let me know, what is it? Well, it's Gematria and many other things. What's Gematria? It's Jewish mysticism. What's Jewish mysticism? Well, basically, it's it's where all numbers and letters are connected. Like each letter has a numerical value. And so what do you do with that knowledge? Well, I can predict things. I'm pretty good at predicting things. Like what? Sports, deaths, economic crashes, whatever it is, I'm pretty good at it. And then they go, do you have a YouTube page? And I go, yeah, what's it called? The Illusion. And this is why, like with celebrities, and I'm nowhere near close to ever being a celebrity, but you get asked these same questions and it just starts to annoy you. I don't know how these actors do it, like when they're promoting the movie and they get asked the same questions for like a month straight. I don't know how they stay patient. So most people go, wow. And when I get into the numbers and what I'm able to do and just rattle it, like if they want the next level, they go, give me an example. And I just pound it out. They go, wow, oh my goodness. Other people, they can't process it. So this is what I'm going to say to you. Guys, check out Cable X's Ghislaine Maxwell video. Do you like to watch YouTube? It's the only thing that I really watch. It's not often, but there's a few channels that I like. I've told you, Mag, Bitter Truth. I think that's pretty much. No, Joseph, Aquaviva. I watch his stuff, and then there's a few other stuff in between that I'll come across that I'll check out, and if it's interesting, I'll watch the whole thing. If not, most of the time I can't get through a video because right now I'm watching videos about the Book of Enoch and Nephilim and the fallen angels, and I'm loving that, guys. Like I find it incredibly interesting. So this morning, actually, I watched Azazel, the angel who corrupted man, Book of Enoch. So I'm now checking stuff like that out. I play to a little bit of the keyboard, piano, in my own way. So I was listening to U2. Again, you say whatever you want about these people, inverts, deceivers, satanic. I was listening to U2, who I've always liked since I was a child. So been around about 40 years, haven't they? Don't like Bono. I don't like the actual band members, but their music. And I was listening to City of Blinding Lights. And I thought that intro is just beautiful. And I tried to learn it. Why Fear Death? I wrote that song in, again, like less than 5 minutes. If you even want to call it a song. I don't know if it's a song or rap, poetry. I don't even know what it was. Guys, I don't claim to be a singer, a rapper, or anything like that. But I did that in 5 minutes. And yeah, why fear death when we cannot die? That came to my head. Why fear death when we cannot die? And then, and that it's just going on in my head. And this is like middle of the night where I'm doing all of this. But yeah, don't fear death. Like it's one of the most powerful things ever. Again, that bouncer coming and grabbing at me, he saw in my eyes, I had no fear of him. I had no fear of him throwing me out. And he didn't. He didn't throw me out. Because he saw something in my eyes or my voice or my body language. And I don't know what it was, but he knew that I had no fear. I wasn't like, I was like, get off me now. I didn't care how big he was. Hey, Paul, do you believe star signs are real? It's very... I don't like it when you're reading about them and every morning it's the same bullshit. Today you will wake up and you will probably have a day where you experience mixed emotions and you very likely eat something. And you go, oh my God, that's exactly what happened to me that day. So all that bullshit, no. But I don't wake up and read my star sign and all of that. I don't worry too much about any of that. I don't know if they're legit or not. Again, that's opinion, isn't it? Narina has no fear. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Mystic Meg, yeah, who's a bloke. Somebody did an image of me with a crystal ball in front of me. Like put my head on Mystic Meg's body. I think I don't know where it is. It was so funny because I had a run in April, didn't I, where I was like pretty much getting everything right that I said would happen, happened in April. And somebody stuck my head on Mystic Meg's body. I've got to find the photo. It can't be too far away. It's really hilarious. Let me find it. I'm going to have to delete a load of photos and videos. Storage is pretty much done. I've got to find this photo. I don't even know if you'll be able to see it. Give me a moment. It makes me laugh. People keep sending me these photos and videos of me and sticking my head on. By the way, guys, it was funny. I was discussing poetry with Lily yesterday, who I teach English with. And arguably the most famous poet of all time, if he existed, again, William Wordsworth. And I thought, are they just laughing at us? William Wordsworth, the most famous poet of all time. And the first 5 letters of his last name is Words. I was like, I think they've made up so many characters. They've definitely made up people's names. But I think the people they told us that lived 200 years ago, 300 years ago, they've made them up. They've completely made them up. I'm going to find it, guys. So anyway, like talking about relationships, let me get into this with you. So again, I was married for a long time. I was happily married. Never thought I'd be single again. Never even considered being single again. And now I am. It's like if I want, and I think this is the case for most people. I'm not saying this because I'm so handsome and confident and all of that. I'm saying if I wanted to, every single night, I could have sex with somebody. Every night. And since I had my awakening, I'm not even that bothered about that. Like I told you, growing up, like that's your ultimate goal. You go on a night out, find a beautiful girl and have sex with her. That's what it was all about. I know it was for me and my friends. And now, like I go out and you're just surrounded by people who are just getting drunk out of the face. And it's like seems to be the only way they can have a good time. Like really drunk out the face, shot, pounding shots. And I'm looking around and I'm like, that's little Nas X there on the TV who gave a lap dance to Satan. And then you got people wearing this around the face. And I thought, oh God, like this is not my vibe at all. But I go to these places every now and again, like I said, when my friends visit me because they're on vacation. But I struggle now. And then what happens is I'll meet some girls and like the first few times, it's great. Like the conversation's great. We're attracted to each other. But then when you meet them like more than 3 times, they want to be your girlfriend. And then I'm like, I don't want to be in a relationship. And then they go, wait, so you only want me for sex? I'm like, wait, we've not even had sex. No, I'm not even that bothered about sex. So they're like, so what do you want? What do you want? Like I said, honestly, I don't even know. I don't know. It's like, I know that I don't want a relationship. I know I don't want to get married again. I know that could change. Very, very unlikely. And so, here it is. How funny is that? So that's the original one. That's Mystic Mega, who's a bloke. She can supposedly read the future. And then somebody did that. I put my head on it because I was just calling everything. So that made me laugh. Sorry it took me so long to find that. So it's tough. It's tough. Like for me, it's like I met one girl who I thought, all right, she ticks like practically every box. She's called Catalina. And she practically ticked every box. But then you just think, the more you see them, it will end up becoming a relationship. It always seems to become like a relationship. And I don't want that. Right now, with what I'm doing in my life and the things that I discuss, I need to be free. Like a bird. I need to just fly, baby, still. And it might change. Maybe I'll stop being the illusion. I doubt it. But who knows with me? So I don't know what to do about relationships. I don't know what I want. I don't know if I want a girl. Well, I don't want a girlfriend. So what do? Like most girls want. This is confusing, man. Most girls don't just want to be used for sex. Some do. Some are open about that now. Crazily open. I've told you I've gone on nights out and girls have said, "Come to the bathroom and F me." I'm like, no, I won't. So like, I don't really have respect for girls who are just going to give me sex in an hour of knowing them. Whereas back in the day, that's a dream. That was a dream. Oh my goodness, there we go. So I don't want that. And when you're going on a night out and girls are all drunk and all randy and all of that, a lot of them do want that. Oh, okay. Sorry, it just froze. But then I don't want a girlfriend. So what's the thing in between? Is there a thing in between? I don't know at this point. Women in my city, I come across more open to conspiracy view of the world. That is someone I need. I need to find a girl who I can be the illusion with and be Adam with. Because there's like two sides of me. There's the Adam, like I said, the football coach, the English teacher. And then there's the illusion who can just code the universe. Pretty much at this point. So I need somebody who can understand both sides of me. And this is not that I'm bipolar or anything, but I do basically have two characters, if you want to call it that. The world is a stage. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. Like when I go on dates now, like I'm not excited either. I used to be excited to go on a date and I'd really want to impress, really go out my way to impress. And now I just turn up so chilled out. Like, hey, how's it going? And like, instead of like, oh, you look beautiful and all of that, I was like, how's it going? And I don't know. It's strange, man. It's a strange one, baby. It's a strange one. I'll figure it out. Remember, I'm new on the dating scene again. I'm very new to it. It's been a while. A Gematria dating site. What a great idea, Narina. Set that up. I'm terrible, like, on the internet. So I've got my boy Gabrielle doing me a website. A Gematria website for dating. But again, just know what I do isn't just Gematria. I have to make that very clear to people. Gematria is one element of what I do and how I see the world. It's huge, a huge part of it. But again, people have different views on Gematria. People code differently. And now I have all of this going on with my newfound connection with God, which I never had. So now I'm thinking, like, I don't know at this point, and I don't know, I'm not saying I won't, if I can date like an atheist who has no belief system. I don't know if I'd be able to connect anymore. Whereas before, I didn't care if you were an atheist, if you were this or that. It didn't bother me the slightest. So I feel like if I ever get with anybody now, I need to be able to talk about God, about the universe, about afterlife, although you never die. Just deep things. But it's a lot in it. A lot of people don't want to talk about this stuff. So to find a girl that, one, I can connect with spiritually and be physically attracted to, and somebody who's going to make me laugh. There's not many of them floating around. Men fall in love quickly. I don't know. I won't put me in that category. I don't know if that is the case. Maybe. Not for me. Can be pretty ruthless. It's got to be somebody really special for me to connect, in my opinion. I don't just see a girl and fall in love like some guys do. You're loving it, brother? I know how you feel, Lady Hawk. Love and blessings to you. Massive shout out to the women who found their way on the channels like it's. Yeah, well, anyone, not just women who have gone through all of this awakening. Guys, like it's beautiful. It's beautiful, but it's difficult. You know what I mean? It's beautiful, but it's difficult. It's probably, let's compare again. I don't know how this feels, but let's compare it to giving birth. Beautiful, but it's difficult. It's painful, but it's glorious. It's again, I've never given birth. A lot of you may have never given birth, but that's how I see it. That's why they like or growth pains when you're growing as a child. The growth pains, but you're ascending, you're growing, but it hurts. Autism is more prevalent in men. Well, I think autism and all of that is a combination of social media, the drugs that these kids are getting pumped with from a very young age, unfortunately, the food that they're consuming. So, yeah, I don't know about this ADHD, attention deficit hyper disorder, whatever it is. Are they just being kids and now everything has a label? Like if a kid's running around screaming, does he have ADHD or is he just a kid running around screaming, having fun? Put a label on everything, guys. Are you with a lady there? I just think I saw a hand enter the pic. It's my hand, mate. No, it's not. I don't have like a girl below the table doing you know what to me during my lives. I'm not that big time yet. I'm not a Jackass cast member. No, there's no one here. There's no one here. Told you tonight at like in about 7 hours, I'm going out for dinner with my mate Chris. I'm going to watch Yolanda perform, feel her energy, see what it's like. And then after that, might get an ice cream, go home. I'm not drinking today. I'm going to go to the pool. I'm going to call Gabrielle about the website. I really want it up and running, like big time, soon. And a lot of people keep asking me, when's it going to be up? When's it going to be up? I miss it. Like Joey was really fed up that they got rid of my Patreon. I can play this audio, he won't mind. Which one was it? Is it this one?
I've actually noticed about your sleep. I never know exactly what time you use in Mexico, but I have a rough one.
No, it's not that one.
But yeah, I can't wait for that. But make sure it's a reasonable time for English people.
I really like this guy.
Yeah, I'll do it like 7 p.m. Yeah, I love it. Universe is a great thing.
I can't find it. It was basically like really sad that. Oh, geez. So it was really sad that my Patreon got took down. He said he used to love waking up, checking my posts, and it was like part of his daily routine. He loved it. He was excited to see what I was going to post every day. And he's really frustrated that they got rid of it. Not for me, not so much, oh, you lost all that money. It was like, because it was a part of his daily life. So I want the website to be where it don't have to be the first thing you do. You go, I wonder what the Illusions posted today. I'm sure I'm going to learn something from him. And it's going to bring me joy. Or he's going to make me laugh. And that's what I want. I need this website up. Today, I just paid my rent, my car bill, my health insurance, and a few other things. I'm like, oh, goodness. Always gets you. Do you think that's by design as well? How it always gets you at the end of the month? Like, it's like you work your ass off and then you're like, oh, you feel shit at the end because you're just paying everything out. I think that's by design, man, the way they do it. Most people cringe at their own voice. Yeah, A lot of actors say they don't watch their movies. They won't watch the movies. Even like incredible singers don't like the sound of their own voice. It is strange how that works. I'm gonna have to put my phone on charge. For me, like I hardly ever listen back to my stuff, and that's not because I care about my voice. I'm not bothered either way about my voice. I just don't have the time to sit back and listen to myself talk. So a lot of people will say, "I loved what you said in your live." I'm like, I don't remember saying it. You know, when I go a bit wild, I don't remember half the stuff that I say. So I don't go back and watch my stuff. It's very rare anyway. Yeah, I did move, mate. I am a lot happier here. I'm about 5 minutes away from the beach. I have great neighbors. I have access to a pool. I've got a beautiful view. Like you can't appreciate it, but because you can't tell. I have a great view. It's very safe, like so, and it's quiet. It's quiet. So yeah, I moved like at the beginning of June, and yeah, I've been here like almost. Well, I have been here a month. Been here a month. It's gone by so quickly. Yes, wait, we're out of Pride Month, aren't we? Da, da, da. We no longer have Pride Month. Da, da, da. Good. Like we're in July, aren't we? It's July the 2nd for 7-2. Like Pope Francis became the Pope the 72nd day of 2013, and Jesuit Order 72, and Brady won the Super Bowl on 7th of Feb, 7-2. Yeah, we're in July now, aren't we? 7th month. Love the number 7. Speaking of 72 as well, you've got the 72 sigils or the Angels of Sham, which is interesting. The 72 pillars of Lemegeton. You've got 72 noble demons. Something about that number 72. I'll keep studying it. Guys, isn't it beautiful studying numbers? Don't you think? Like you see these numbers and you connect them, and it's like, oh, like now 15 alive, 23 likes, 523, the 99th prime. Philip died at 99, the 99th day of the year. So I love when people say like they know these things, like the time now, and I don't know, like the message, the time that they receive a message. They're looking at their bills like I do, like their receipts, they're seeing the numbers. So I think that's glorious. Like that's always been there. We've just never appreciated it. I can fry eggs in most people's brains. Yeah. Here's an issue as well. I'll tell you what a few girls have said to me after meeting me a few times. Oh my word, for some reason, I don't know why, my air conditioner says 83, which is Brady's birthday, 83. I don't know why it's saying that. No, it's saying 82. That's what's strange, very strange. So yeah, when people meet me, when they really get into knowing what I know and the way I can speak, they're always like, wow. And then they end up saying it's too much. It's too much. So they want to go back to having their regular conversations about work and the new Netflix show and the new movie. And that's where I'm like, all right, I'll do it. And then I don't see them again. That happens a lot. So at the beginning, like, wow, oh my God, this is so good. And then I overwhelm them. So I've got to find a balance with that. And then they want to go back to talking about the everyday things, which I can't do. I'm trying a little bit to be able to, but it's very hard for me. So like, did you see the new movie with this? I'm like, in my head, I'm like, they're inverse, they're deceiving you. Yeah, no, I didn't watch it. I don't watch TV. What? But that's one of my favorite things. Really? I'm like, yeah, I don't watch it. So it's like that. You just feel like the connection is gone. Like just because I don't watch TV. And now I'm like, right, I don't want to be around this person. I don't care how beautiful they are. No, I can't do it. So one of the things about that girl, Carolina, was she doesn't own a TV. She says she doesn't believe in marriage. I know a lot of people do. And you could speak to her about the universe, but then there's a few other things where I was like, I'm not quite sure. Like, I speak to Stacey every day from England, who's a legend. Like, she makes me laugh every time she messages me, which is huge. I'm realizing somebody who can make me laugh is enormous. And it helps that she's very beautiful. But she's the other side of the world. She's in England. So what's that all about? They abide by the Bible when it suits them, humans still in it. Again, when it comes to the holy books, how people respond to them is completely up to them. Okay? I've told you how I see it. If you have complete faith in God as the creator, and you believe that Jesus died for our sins, and you really believe that in your heart and soul, and you do care about your fellow man, then you're good. So people might say, Illusion was drinking yesterday. That's not what a Christian would do. Don't give me a title. Stop with your bullshit titles. All right? It's a joke. I'm from Warwickshire. All my small tell is taken in the wrong way. Your small talk, you mean? Your small talk? Again, so the Premier League's going to start soon. And this is about the time where I would start looking into my team, my fantasy Premier League team, which I would always aim to win because ultra competitive. And there was always money involved. Again, that money that we're so desperate for so often. And now I don't play it. I don't play FPL. I won't watch any game. But this is right now where I would be in a group chat with about 10 lads and we would be bantering all day. We say, do you see the price? Do you see Mahrez? See, Mahrez is 7 million. Oh, I don't know whether to put him in though, because he's not a guaranteed starter, is he? But when he comes on, like he has these 15-minute cameos and scores 2 and gets an assist. And he consistently ends the season with like a lot of points. Yeah, I think Mahrez is the player that you got to lock him in from the beginning and keep him there and have faith in him unless he gets a serious injury. So you're going back and forth talking about these deceivers in the Premier League. I don't do that now. So I lost loads of friends because of that, because I don't care about the Premier League. Loads of friends. And then girls I meet love that. They kind of like that. I say, I don't watch sports, but I love them. They go, oh, wow, you're one of the few guys I've met that doesn't watch sports. I'm like, you have no idea like how much I used to watch them. Why don't you watch them anymore? Oh, here we go. It's going to tell the story again. Well, I had an awakening in 2020 and I started questioning my reality. What? It doesn't matter. So I've got to really be like in the mood to keep telling the same story to these people. Most of the time I just think I can't be bothered, to be honest, unless I really connect with them. Adam, do you fancy going into football management with me? I could easily do that. I'm a great coach. I've coached in England, the US, Mexico. All my teams win. I'm a really high level coach. Like, I know that. And anyone who knows me can back me up there. And if they try and say I'm not, then they're really talking nonsense. Let me read this from. So I told you I coach a kid called Daly twice a week. And right now he was at a football camp and his dad sent me this. So the other week he said, 4-0 in tournament championship, Daly with 2. Your coaching's really paying off. Thank you. And then yesterday, he said Daly just finished a week camp, got golden boot and MVP. So the guy who was coaching him played 10 years in the MLS and he was the captain for El Salvador. So, yeah, I can coach at a really high level. A part of me misses it a little bit, like the competition of the tournaments and all of that. But then I don't care about winning trophies. I don't know. I've got hundreds of trophies. I don't know where they are. Are they with my mum? I think I've got some locked away in a bag. I don't care about trophies anymore and medals and awards or likes. I don't care for that anymore. So do I want to go into management with you? If you're talking like high level, it would never get in there, however good we are. Do any of the things that you talk about and believe to be true have more of a negative impact than positive? If they are overall negative, are they worth saying? Is there an appropriate time for truth? Wow, tons of immense questions there. They're the type of questions people ask me in these life coaching things that I do. They ask me those questions. So, all right, they're really good. The most controversial topic that I bring up is transgenders. It hurts people who don't know what I'm on about, who are not aware of the knowledge that I have and what I've studied. That's a topic where I feel like I probably should just let that go. But I can't help it because it's one of the biggest levels of deception known to man. And it's been going on for centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries. And people have no idea about it. So that's the topic that I feel right now most passionately about. But it's the one where people get really aggressive with me and don't like what I'm saying, and maybe I'll never see that person again afterwards. The sports stuff, when you get into it with people, they kind of go, yeah, I can kind of see it. It does make sense. Not even without the gematria, that they can accept that sports are corrupt. But they go, hey, I enjoy it. So I'm fine. I don't really care. They're not bothered. As long as they're enjoying it, they're okay with sports being corrupt. So I can talk about sports with people. Government, I feel like everybody is aware of it being corrupt. When it comes to this, I don't talk about it because I feel like everyone in the world at this point has made a choice on that and have come to their own conclusions. And I think the people, the demons, the devil, whoever it is, they want you talking about that and being divided over it. So for me, how it works with me, brother, is, Lionel, I'll only bring it up if people ask me about it. I'll only tell people I'm the illusion if they ask me about it. Like, do you have a YouTube channel? Anything like that. I don't go around, like, I'm not on the street with signs saying da 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 da. I'm like, I go live on my YouTube. I've got X amount of people that enjoy what I do, speak my truth. But yeah, I don't, when I go out and meet a girl or a guy, like a mate, like now you can't say meet a guy, go, oh, is he gay? Is he pansexual? Is he bi? No. Like, I go there as Adam. I cruise there as Adam. And then if somehow it gets to the point of discussing certain topics, then the illusion comes out. And then they go, what just happened to you? I didn't know you knew all of that. I'm like, I don't go around just flipping it off. So that's what I'd say about that. Mariah Carey is a man. Don't be deceived by the voice. Same with Whitney Houston. Don't be deceived by the voice. It's one of the things where they've deceived us. I was looking at Bewitched, I've told you. And I looked at all of their stomachs. And now I know what I know. They're not female stomachs. Like, they have these perfectly flat, like, six packs, like zero fat anywhere, no hips. I'm like, how did I not notice that? How did we all not notice that? What, we under a deep spell. We must have been under a deep spell. You see them with these perfect stomachs. It's not, yes, you get some girls who do have those incredibly flat stomachs and they work their asses off for them, but they still have the hips. They still have the hips. Like, it goes like that, but they'll have it really flat here. And these celebs were just so flat with it all, and like straight backs, and either no boobs or fake boobs. And I can't believe I just didn't notice it. Like, guys, look at Pamela Anderson right now. It's a bloke. How many of us had a crush on Pamela Anderson who was completely fake? Fake hair, fake boobs, fake lips, and we all loved, we were all attracted to it. It wasn't real. These people are not legit, beautiful people. It's fake. It's false. I see through them, man. But even now, this is an issue that I'm having now. So I'll meet somebody just for coffee, or I don't really drink coffee. I told you I'll get a hot chocolate or whatever. And now, which is tragic, I'm thinking, if I see any slight masculine feature, I'm like, oh no, is it a man? Oh no. Never thought like that, did you? You never thought like that. And now I'm literally like, Chris, do you reckon that's 100% woman? He's like, yes, Adam, it's a woman. I went, what about that one though? And he's like, oh, that's a good question. I don't know about that one. I said, what's going on, mate? That I'm even asking this question now. And he was like, Adam, that's a bloke, like doing my voice. I was like, I think it's a bloke. And he's like, yeah, it's a bloke. I'm like, oh no, mate, pass me another beer. This is outrageous. Sorry for destroying your illusion about Bewitched, but witches, guys, put us under a spell. Google Bewitched, like as adults, and you'll see it. Sporty Spice, yeah, the Spice Boys. I've told you that. That's the invert sign. They all do that. That's another thing. It's just celebrity culture. So when I was out in those clubs or bars, and I was just with my mate, he's a pretty easygoing, quiet guy. He's not a party animal or anything. He actually doesn't drink all year. Like, he's got an insane body. He's got a body like Rambo. Like, the insane body, insane diet. But what he does, he works his ass off for like 10 months a year or 10 and a half. And then he comes to like where I live. And he's here for like the whole month. And that's where he can drink. And he eats tacos and stuff. But you're looking around all these tables. And I'm like, oh, there's not much going on here. Maybe there's one person that stands out to me. I feel their energy. I'm like, okay, maybe go speak to that person. But then they're all taking selfies, and they're all like, the guys in Mexico, by the way, they don't smile. I don't know if it's the culture. If you're Mexican, you're probably going to laugh at this. But when guys are in photos, unless they're gay, who are always smiling, it seems, they smile like this. They go. Or sometimes they even stare at the camera like they want to knock the camera out, or the phone. They go. And then when the photo's done, they're all smiling. It's like, wait, why didn't you smile during the photo? But then all the girls are doing this. They're all like, practically every photo was a girl or girls doing this. That sign, and nearly all of them doing that. I'm like, it's because they've seen so many celebs doing it, and I think it means the invert sign. It could be the angel wings, devil horns, whatever you want to call it. Although people say that's the devil horns that way around, but I was like, oh man. Like, there was a girl working in a bar, and she had no eyebrows, and she just painted them all red, and she had like a bullhorn here. She had tattoos all over her body, and I'm like, for me, I'm like, oh man. Oh, give me the heebie-jeebies, baby. Seeing it. I don't remember seeing girls like that growing up. Their whole body covered in tattoos, like a nose piercing here, like a bull. Like no eyebrows, but painted red, whatever it is, of tattooed in red eyebrows. Like aggressive, like wanted to knock me out. What's happened, guys? What's happened? Oh, do you remember the Sugar Babes? Yeah, that Mutya was a bloke. All of them were, but Mutya was the most obvious one. Is that the Asian one? I think it was the Asian one, no? Mutya. What was their most famous song? They had one song which was really popular. I think that's what it was. Round, round, baby, round, round, turn the night on fire. Something like that. And then I think they had a song called Push the Button or something. Push the button, push the button. Something like that. Shite. But they were all men. Sugar babes. Oh, wow, yeah, I'm looking at images now. It's crazy what they've done. They all have fake hair. Like that's the thing that really stands out to me. With these celebrity women, they all have fake hair. And that's the thing that stands out really clearly. And then what I do, you can't underestimate. Woo! You can't underestimate the wig. Pig in a wig. You can't underestimate when you take the wig off them, you see their masculine features. It's amazing what the hair does. It's amazing what the hair does. The hair, the voice, the lips. And then, again, most guys just look at the boobs. I'm looking at these images now. They're just blokes, just men in drag. I can't believe what they've gotten away with. Like Lucifer, Satan, these demons, these fallen angels, what they've done. Sugar babes. Come on. Hey, Adam, I was just thinking about that video you did with the dude with the huge chin. Do you remember my video called Chin Sane? I did a did a video called Chin Sane, and I found all these people with giant chins. And people really liked that video. I think it got limited. All I was doing was just finding people with big chins. And it was funny. Like, why can't I do that? Man, all my videos got limited. My thing about the Bewitched and Billy Paul Piper and Sophie Ellis Bextor being blokes, like, I didn't even monetize that. I didn't even want them to look at it because I felt like, okay, they're not going to like that. But why can't I say that these people look like blokes? I don't get it. They care about us offending people? No, they don't. Utter nonsense. Those songs are all of witchcraft. There's a reason they master the major records in the temple. That's very true. Go inside Sony Studios and look at the black and white symbolism inside Sony Studios. Celine Dion's a blatant bloke who, the older he's got, you see Celine Dion looking like a skeleton, but a male one. Yeah. Guys, she was pushing let me look at Celine Dion's fashion label. Or clothing line. Wow. Celine Dion fashion line got a group of kids all wearing black and white shirts saying New Order. Very demonic, guys. Check out her fashion line and what she's doing with kids. It's satanic. And Celine Dion, guys, is again a man in drag. Oh God, never been good to look at Celine Dion ever. Like, oh, I can't look. Oh goodness me, guys, look at Celine Dion. But if you look at Celine Dion, and that Celine Dion had a couple of like decent, catchy songs. She did the soundtrack for the Titanic, which was, again, bullshit. What they told us happened with that. Anything they turn into a blockbuster movie is bullshit to get it in your head that it actually happened. Wow. Celine Dion, guys. Red Pill Monkey came out with a great shout. So Tom Jones, what's new, pussycat? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Deep voice, hairy chest. All the girls liked him. Tom Jones, you're female. Okay, that's why you had the song. She's a lady. Whoa, whoa, whoa. She is a lady. Talking about himself. It's what they do. He's not talking about some random lady that he's dating. He's talking about himself. Yes, he's not saying I'm a lady, but she's a lady. That's what they do, guys. They put it out there. They put it out there. Just, yeah, I've told you, study their names, study some of the songs that they brought out, study anatomy, listen to some of the interviews and what they've actually revealed within the interviews. And It all makes sense. I told you can't allow anymore. You can't allow Lady Gaga to tell the world that she's a man and ignore it anymore. You can't allow Megan Fox telling people she's a tranny and that she hates herself because of it anymore. This stuff can't be ignored anymore because they are telling you. A lot of them do tell you. And I don't know if they're allowed to do it, if they get punished for doing it. I don't know. But they're coming out now and telling us. And all this stuff can't keep being ignored now. Or accepted, or just purely accepted. So if Lady Gaga is a man, and a lot of guys have lusted after Lady Gaga, she's come out in one interview and said, I'm a man, joking around. And that for them, guys, know with these people that Lady Gaga has now told the universe that she's a man. So she's spoke her truth. That's how it works. She believes that she's safe now from bad karma because she's told you all, I'm a man. And she laughed it off on the up when she got interviewed by Oprah. And then people like me say, yeah, Lady Gaga's a man. She actually told you. And then I break it down with her anatomy and everything about her. What did she say? 'Cause I'm bluffing with my muffin. Muffin, I've told you, a muffin's a muff, a vagina. She's bluffing, deceiving, lying when you bluff. Playing people. 'Cause I'm bluffing with my muffin. Yeah. I listen to the lyrics. I break you down, Gaga. I break you down. How about Steph Curry? What's Stephanie Curry? Female. Deal with it. Kate Bush, again, running up that hill is all about basically transgenderism when you break down the lyrics. Look at the Placebo copied that song or covered it. Told you everything's either being copied or covered in this life. You call people copycats. It's already been done. They probably copied somebody without being aware of it. So basically, watch that video of running up that hill by Placebo, and every single person in that video is the opposite sex, and you'll see it. Watch it 3 or 4 times. Watch it 3 or 4 times. You'll also see a little baby throwing up the 666 sign in that video. But again, how many people sit down and study the video? They're just hypnotized by the down, da, down, down, da, down, 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 da, da, down. And then they're hypnotized by the beat of it, kind of paying attention to the lyrics, but not. And again, I've told you, when you go on a nightclub, you watch these videos and you see the satanic symbolism. I see it everywhere and it hurts me to see it. So often I have to walk out the bar. Whereas other people, they just see bright colors. They just see half-naked women. They don't see what I can see. Do you see what I see? There's a lot at stake when it's sports gematria. Lose nothing, calling so-and-so invert from your home. Sports gematria, this is the thing with sports and gematria is I'm one of the very best. And I get stuff wrong, like we all do. And if you get a few wrong, people just go, I don't believe you anymore. It happens so many times with me and my mates. I'd give them like 3 or 4 correct ones in a row. Wow, starting to believe you, Edders. Geez, this is incredible. Wow. 2, then I get 2 wrong in a row. It's all fake. You're a scam artist. You're a fraud. I ain't supporting your work now. I'm done with you. I'm done with all your conspiracies now. That's what happened at the very beginning with me. They went from doubting me to loving me to then getting angry and calling me like I was deceiving people, just trying to make money. I was like, wait. And now a lot of them are back to me asking for tips. I say, I don't give out tips anymore, mate. So that's the thing with sports and gematria. If you're trying to reveal deception with it, I'm one of the very best in the world at doing that with what I've called. But you're going to get stuff wrong. And people in this world want you to be perfect with stuff like that. And you're never going to be. You're never going to be. So I don't take it too seriously now, the sports stuff. I know I'm going to be better than most, but I don't try and be perfect with it. It's just not going to happen. Skulls in invert, I believe so. Sports decodes is tricky. Yep. It's fun. Like, people should approach sports decoding as like educational, as fun, because you learn so much. Like I've learned so much through decoding sports, not just about the franchises or the players or the coaches, but about the state, like the area codes of it, like the stuff that I know now, like when it was founded, who the current like counselor is of these places. I know so much because just through studying. And then I study the logos of these places. It's all really interesting to me. And then if you can get more right, again, if you get more right than wrong in the month, congratulations, because most people will never do that with gambling. So it's fun for me. When I do it, it's going to be educational, but obviously I'll do it in hope that you guys win. So I know a lot of you still gamble. I just don't, which is my choice. Yeah, I honestly believe that when you get to a real certain level of awakening, where you know and you believe like what I'm talking about with revelation and end times and God and all of that, the sports stuff just becomes whatever. But when you first learn this, decoding sports and thinking, wait, I can actually decode a game and determine the outcome by a code, that'll get you for at least a year or a year and a half, where it's just mind blowing. I've called so much now to know that it is legit. Exact scores, just so many things you can imagine. But weirdly, I don't have as much passion, even though I know it's actually great. A great way of making money if you're really good at it. But I also don't really care about it anymore because I don't have any interest in sports. Professional ones. Right, I'll do a little bit longer. I'm gonna read this out. Politics and entertainment. Loves your service, Cable X. Yeah, guys, Cable X is really good. How about my book of Joel Embiid comment? Where is it, mate? Put the Embiid one in. Yeah, 6079 is great at finding connections. But let me ask you this, mate. Do you use your knowledge to predict outcomes? Like, can you code to determine who's going to win next year's NBA or the World Cup or snooker championship or golf? Are you able to do that? Or are you really good at finding numbers and connecting them from past events to present ones? Because that's an amazing talent, but that's a talent that people won't appreciate as much because they can't win money from. That's what's really disgusting about it, in my opinion, because this is sacred knowledge and most people only care about it if they can profit financially from it through gambling. So 6079, I've seen you find some amazing things, but can you actually call outcomes with your knowledge? And that's not a dig. I'm intrigued to know if you do that, if you do gamble, because maybe you should start looking into doing that, like decoding futures, if you're really good at this. You do not. So what you do is make amazing connections, undeniable connections. You share them. I love your work. And I prefer doing that than telling people who's going to win because, again, it's too volatile. It's too emotional, gambling. What you're doing is just, these are the numbers. This is from this date to this date. And then you've got a list of what, thousands of them maybe that you can just pull out. How do people feel about you, mate, when you pull out these numbers? They get lost, probably. I don't care who's going to win. All I'm doing is trying to point out that they are false idols. Perfect. That's where I stand on it at this point. I don't care who wins. I'm past caring who wins. Yes, like the 8420 days from the founding of the CDC and till the moon landing. And also Kobe was 8420 days old on 9/11. Was he? Wow. Again, Kobe Bryant, fallen angel. A lot of these Nephilim are playing in the NBA, in my opinion. These giants. Yeah, that's true, Amani, to an extent. A real gambler got more control over his nerves than his bladder. Yeah. Yeah, if you are emotional when it comes to gambling, if you're emotional, you can't gamble. You can't. Like really emotional and it really gets to you. You can't do it. It's not worth it. If you are one of those people who just stays calm and controlled and all of that, and you don't get emotional with it, then I think you can do it and be very successful. I'm saying July the 3rd and August 15th are big dates, and July the 6th. Yeah, 7-3 is a huge number, isn't it? So, round, round, baby, round, round, but the night on fire. God. All right. So, dating after a spiritual awakening. Falling in love after a spiritual awakening is much harder. Almost everyone is incompatible. Sex stops being a priority. You look for different qualities in your potential partner. You prefer normal people before the new age spirituality type. You don't focus on finding someone to share life with. It's true. You have no problem being and staying alone. So that's where I stand on it. Like, I don't want to spend the rest of my life with one person, but I also have no problem being single and alone. I actually like it, but not for the ways that I thought I would like being single. So I do think it gets harder to connect with people when you've had this awakening. But I think if you finally do find somebody who's going through something very similar, it'd be a beautiful, magical moment. Like for me now, I don't think I could get with somebody who's not really had a eye-opening awakening where they question their whole reality. They don't have to think everything I think, but where they've really thought, wow, something's not right here. I think I couldn't get with just a so-called, if you call them a regular girl or whatever, who's still watching Netflix and just, I don't know, materialistic and all of that. I don't think I could ever get with a girl like that. It says here, social media has destroyed modern civilization and the attention span of the average human being is less than a minute. Did you know that? Less than a minute. So respect to you guys who sit through my 4-hour lives. That's a big thing to be able to do these days. Anxiety and depression are at an all-time high. I think that's connected to social media. Critical thinking has become a crime. Yeah. Hate speech for speaking the truth. And humanity is more egocentric than ever before. Again, so when I went to the beach, and I do this, I take a few photos at the beach. Like, everyone's an Instagram model now. Everyone's an Instagram model at the beach. And I don't know how I feel about it. Like, it is what it is. They get enjoy. They're taking the photos. Like, but you see some of them, like there was a group of 5 of them. There was 2 guys and 3 girls, all very average looking, or even below average looking, physique, all of that. They were taking photos of each other for over an hour. So they went on the beach, like chilling and talking and enjoying it, maybe taking the odd photo. Over an hour taking photos of each other. They must have been about 17. And I was like, oh, it is true, man. It's so funny that people are so egocentric, but so depressed at the same time. So egocentric and so depressed at the same time, most people who don't really know who they are. So like with the social media posting, we've all done it, or maybe not all of us. Are you posting all these photos all the time of you looking amazing and looking great and of your food and all of that just because you do want to share it with the world? I do it like I did it a lot more before this awakening. My family wanted them. My mum would get upset if I didn't post and let her know what I was doing. But are you posting all this stuff of you looking all sexy all over for everyone to see because you want attention, because you just want to share your happiness with people? Are you depressed, but you want to make people feel like you're super happy? What's going on in your head, to be honest? We all do it, though. Well, a lot of us do. Like pretty much every time I go to the beach, I have to take one photo of myself, like with the ocean in the background and a beer in my hand. It's like I'm addicted to doing the same photograph. And when I'm doing it, I'm not even thinking, oh, this is cringe. But when I see people taking photos for an hour and a half, and they're not models, it's not a modeling shot, which you can accept, it's their job. It's kind of like what happened to the world. Also, the fact that they, wait, what's this say? Oh no. I think you do raise your standards after your awakening. You raise your standards. I think maybe my standards are too high at this point. But I've always had high standards, but I think they're even more high now, and I don't know. Don't know again, is that a good thing, raising your standards? Surely it is. But then it really limits you. It really limits you. Maybe showing off that they're not inverts. Most people don't know about inverts, mate, or transgenderism. That they're not into it. They don't know much about it at all. Amani, can you stop calling people brainwashed, please? Because they don't have the same views as you. Cable X, my advice is don't respond to him. Because if Amani and Annie's going on one of his little just where he hates everyone in the chat, just let him be. Because he does speak a lot of good words, in my opinion. He speaks a lot of what I believe to be insightful information, but when he throws out your brainwash, your whatever he says about you, I'm not sure about that. Magic is terrible. It's pharmakia, which is the root word for pharmacy, because it's literal witch's brew. Yeah, it is. Again, the World Health Organization has a snake as its logo. Illusion, I never take pics of myself, and I've yet to see your bike move. I hope your light switches are the correct way now that you have that lovely apartment. Yeah. No, my bike, I go on my bike quite often, but that's where I put it. I put it at that angle all the time. I might go on my bike after this, actually, but it's just so hot. I don't go on big bike rides. It's hard where I live to do that. But I go around the block. I usually do it in the evenings when it's cooler. Explain why massive things fall down instead of up if there's no gravity. I'm not going to get into gravity, to be honest. Other people can answer that. Your Kobe Connections work is nothing short of brilliant. Thank you very much. I don't know what it was, why I connect with Kobe. Remember, I lived in LA and I went to watch the Lakers quite a few times. I've watched Kobe live. I'm super synced with him with the numbers with Kobe Bryant. And I don't know why. You're saying this now, there's 24 likes. Kobe's jersey number. Yeah. Is that my best work, my Kobe stuff? Yeah. But again, when you talk to people about Kobe, like in England, most people don't even really know who Kobe Bryant was. We don't play basketball. We don't care about basketball. Like back home in England, you've heard of Michael Jordan. It's the one that you can say everyone's heard of, basically because of Space Jam. But with Kobe, like, and now Edders, like my good friends from England call me Edders, like, who's this Kobe lad you keep going on about? I'm like, he's one of the most iconic athletes of all time. He's in the NBA, played for the Lakers for 20 years. Never heard of him, mate. But it's pretty interesting what you do about him. I'm like, yeah. Whereas in the US, everybody's heard of Kobe. Like, even if you hate sports, you've heard of Kobe. A luxury yacht waits this Turkey border that Aegean Sea wasn't Bill Gates' boat rumored to have been in the Aegean Sea. Okay, it was 848 days before 311. Wow, 848 is a huge number with Revelation. Enormous number with Revelation 5:6. It's 848 when you put it into the calculator. So again, Bill Gates, guys, is a demon at this point. He's a demon. Is possessed. Or he's just a demon. Depends on what you mean by raising your standards. I believe in hierarchy, and we can't match with all. We do need to be mentally stimulated, and we do not need to be attracted. And we do need to be attracted. Yeah, I agree with this. You have to be attracted to the person. There has to be a physical attraction. But now I want like the mental one. the spiritual one as well. Whereas before, growing up, it was if I have a physical connection with you, that's good enough for me. The other stuff I can tolerate. Like again, growing up, maybe I was a bit ruthless. But if I have a connection with you, sexual chemistry with you, most people are good people in the world, then this should be fun. And now it can't just be that, wow, she's sexy. It can't just be that for me anymore. That's just one element of it. That's actually the bonus element now. But I am now, which is different. I will meet anyone now, whatever they look like, if they can challenge me. I won't go, oh, I'm not meeting that girl because she's too big or she's not my type. I'll meet her. I'll say, hey, I'm here. Just let's have a chat. I'd like to get to know you. And if I have to make it really clear that I'm not here for a relationship or to date this person, I will do that. But back in the day, I wouldn't meet anybody I wasn't attracted to, like a girl, unless they were a really close friend. That's where I've changed in one of the ways. Melinda Gates looks like Kevin Kline, yep, and Robin Williams. Amani, schools didn't like him because he called them out. I remember calling out teachers and getting in trouble. Got told I had a big mouth. And when I was like, all I'm doing, sir or miss, is asking you a question, why? Remember, I always ask, why are we studying this? That was one of my favorite questions. Why are we studying this, sir? Just do your work, Adam. Yeah, but why? Why are we doing this? It's the part of the curriculum. That's not really answering my question. So I keep doing that. And they're like, Adam, get out. I'm like, what? Because I've got a big mouth. I think you know I have a big mouth. A few coaches when I was playing semi-pro squared up to me because I had a big mouth. I'd say things like, who you telling me what to do? You can't even play football, mate. What did you just say, Adam? Yeah, you heard me. And then substituted at halftime. And I go, all right, I'm going. I've done that. I did that with a few teams, guys. Maybe we're losing at halftime because I was a really, really sore loser. And maybe I wasn't playing as well as I thought I should have been. I got getting frustrated. So the coach would say one thing to me, and then I'd just go at the coach. I didn't care. Some of them were like ex-professional players. I would go at them. And a few clubs I did that. And then he went, right, you're off. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Joseph, go warm up. You're replacing Edwards. I'm like, are you kidding me? Why? Because I said something back to you? Bullshit, all of that. I'm done. I'm not playing for you again. Really childish, guys. Really childish at one point, me, with stuff like that. I'm not playing for you again. Screw this. I'd jump in the shower. And the boys would be like, no, Edders, no, Adam, no, calm down. And twice I did that. I took a shower at halftime and left. How pathetic is that? But I don't like people giving me bullshit, screaming in my face. But yeah, it just shows I've always stood up for myself, I guess. What do you say is the American community that sees you as Jason Statham character? At the beginning, it was kind of like, yeah, all right, I'll take that. Quite a lot of girls like him. And then I kept getting it. I kept getting it over and over and over again. And I've told you, when things get repeated with me, I'm like, has anyone ever said you look like Jason Statham or Conor McGregor? I'm like, a few people, yeah. Are you him? No. Are you sure? Yeah. I'm not him. All right? We all look like other people. So do I get offended by that? No, not at all. Although Jason Statham does have a forehead like that big, which if you check out his forehead's huge. So I'm not sure how I feel about that. Do you think building work is expensive? What, like building a house? Yeah. Where did you go to school, mate? I'm not going to tell you the name of the school, but I went to, we call it first school, middle school, and grammar school. I know in the US they're like primary and secondary and what else they call it, high school and all of that. It's my freshman year. I'm JV, I'm varsity. That kind of annoys me, all that stuff. But I went to a really good school. What I liked about the schools I went to, you had a great variety of people. It wasn't just mega rich kids or mega poor kids. Like, there was a variety of people. So I love school. Personally, for me, I love school. That's why I'm still in touch with most of my old teachers. I was smart, but I was like the sporty guy. I got the nice girls. Like, I love school. There was nothing I didn't like about school other than maybe homework. I didn't enjoy the homework, but I liked school. I liked practically everything about school. I didn't like wearing uniforms. It used to wind me up wearing uniforms, very military, having to wear a uniform. I didn't like that. It's one of the things I loved about college. You wore whatever you wanted. But I guess with the school uniform, it was easy. You knew what you had to wear. You didn't have to mess around. I'm sure it was definitely a lot easier for girls just throwing on a school uniform, not having to pick out what you wear. People got bullied, didn't they, in certain schools where they didn't have uniforms? Like, oh my God, Amani and Annie is wearing the same shirt again. Like, he's wore that the last 10 days. But whereas when you wear a uniform, everyone's wearing it. You don't think like that. You don't pick on people for what they're wearing. Lucian about to teach Mexicans how to eat Heinz beans on toast. Baby! Oh, man. Somebody told me the price of Heinz baked beans keeps going up as well. So now, like, people can't even afford to have beans on toast, baby. Again, grate me some cheese on there, please. If you're going to make me beans on toast, grate me some cheese. A lot. Beans on toast, cup of tea. But I've got to know in my head, after the beans and toast, there's a little pastry or dessert waiting for me. Like, that's a big thing for me. The beans on toast, it is cheap, it is reliable, it's easy, it's tasty. Man, I'm getting hungry. I already ate. Did you misbehave at school? Oh. Yes. I had a big mouth, guys. I had a big mouth and I was a joker. So there's something called sixth form, which is kind of what the in-betweeners did. Sixth form, like you graduate, or we don't even call it graduation. It's you finish like year 12 and you can go to sixth form. Basically, if you're not sure what you want to do with your life. So I was like, I'm going to go to sixth form. I'm not ready to like full-blown study yet or get a job. So I went to university. I went to sixth form. And it's the extension of the school that you're at. There's a separate building within the facility. And so everyone like looks up to you. You're in sixth form. You're the bee's knees. You're top of the school. And I was a real joker. I would just walk in. I would walk into classes that were not my class to see how long I could sit in them for without the teacher noticing. So I would go in a class that wasn't my class, because they didn't always take registers. They'd often do that in the morning. That's it, to see if you were there. Some schools do every class. They take a register. Like, I know I didn't as a teacher. Like, every class I didn't take a register. So I would cruise in people's classes that were not my classes. It was the jackass era as well. Like, when I was in sixth form, it was the jackass era. So it dumbed us all down. It dumbed down a generation, jackass. And I did some really like stupid things to people. I'd throw them down a hill, and they'd do the same stuff to me. Like, it wasn't bullying, but just I was a very good student. The teachers really liked me, but I had a big mouth at times, and sometimes I'd do things that I shouldn't have done. But I think that's a lot of us. Do you like Fanta? I used to when I drank soda. I used to love orange Fanta. I did, but I don't drink soda anymore. Oh, fizzy pop. But Fanta was maybe my favorite. Like, when I was younger, I love Fanta. I love a drink called Lilt. It's called Lilt. Never that bothered about Coke. Used to love something called Dandelion and Burdock and Shandy. Usually when I have my fish and chips. Iron Brew. Tizer. There's a drink called Tizer. It's so bad what they put in those drinks, but that's why they're so nice. I think that was about it. Lemonade, 7-Up. 7-Up or Sprite, guys. Yeah, I really like fish and chips, brother. 7-Up or Sprite. They're both like lemonade, but I always found Sprite to be better. Iron Brew and vodka, never had that. That sounds disgusting, but sounds very... Are you from Scotland? You've got to be Scottish if you're saying that. Sierra Mist. Ribena was good. Did I tell you the Ribena story with one of my best friends, Simon? Pretty sure I've told you it. This is what I mean. I was a bit reckless sometimes. I think I've told you this. Simon lived in a giant house, like the street next to me. Just a beautiful, beautiful house. And much love to you, Simon. Simon's in Greece right now on holiday. Deserves it. Great guy. Very funny. He had a giant bottle of Ribena. And for whatever reason, I grabbed it. And it was one of the real big ones. I grabbed it and I threw it up and I caught it. I went, whoop, hey. And he went, because he called me Ads. My really close friends call me Ads. They don't call me Edders. Well, some of them do, like Greza calls me Edders, I think. But so throwing it up, hey, hey. And I went, here's for my grand finale or something. And he went, and I saw his face. He was like, what's he going to do? Because I was unpredictable with things like that. Like, so I threw it up really, well, not really high, because he had a high kitchen. He had a big house. Threw it up, and I wanted to catch it behind my back, because I could do that with a ball every time, or a tennis ball. I thought, I can easily do this. It's a big bottle. I missed it. And it smashed on his floor, and the lid came off, and the Ribena went everywhere, all over the whole kitchen. And I'm like, oh shit. He's laughing, even though it's his house, but he's kind of like nervous laughing. And that's what I mean about Adam. Was a nice guy, funny guy, but he did things like that, which made no sense to do. And I destroyed his kitchen. I can't remember what we did, if we had to paint it or if I had to pay or we just cleaned it. I can't remember exactly what we did. But I remember the moment when it slipped out of my hand. I was like, shit, please don't smash on the floor. Well, it did. So, yes, Simon, if you're watching this, that's pretty funny, wasn't it? Yeah, me, John, Sai, Nathan, maybe Pinder, Dixon, a few other lads. We were really close. But my word, we were wild. Like, on nights out, we'd go to Bradford often. Like, that was the closest place, like the biggest city, on a night out. On Wednesdays, like, all you can drink. And it was just outrageous what we would do to each other. Looking back, stupid. I'm not going to say all the stories at all. But my God, it was a fun time to be alive. There were no sensitive people just having a laugh and a joke, taking the piss out of each other. But we were always there for each other if we had to be. We got in a few of them because we had big mouths and we just thought we owned the place. But we're always there to help each other when that happened. Oh, man. You live in West Yorkshire? Wow. Well, when I visit England in September, I'm going to sort out a night out, mate, in Leeds. You should come. My email is in the description. Email me. And then I'll give you some details of when I'm there. That'll be fun. Will I still have the beard in September? I hope so. I hope I stay disciplined with it and not wake up one day and go, I actually look a bit better when I actually look after myself. I'm a bit worried that some girls now think this guy has no respect for himself with his beard. But I know a lot of girls love it. Like, I think it turns them on in a weird way. But I think there's others that go, oh, this guy really has no self-respect, does he? He's not even trimming his beard. But who cares, man? Wakefield. All right, bro. I played for Wakefield. I tell this story a lot. The last team I played for in England was Wakefield, semi-professional. What league were they in? Eastern Counties or something? It's like the level where Vardy was when he was playing for Stocksbridge. That type of level where Jamie Vardy was playing. But he wasn't there at the time when I was there. Last time I was playing in England. Vardy was obviously in the Premier League, I think. Played against Darlington. I think that was my last game, Darlington. And there's about 700 people there, I think, watching it. I do miss that, but I'm 36 now. I saw my mate yesterday. I was driving to meet Chris, guy from Cuba. He pulled over. He's like, hey, Adam, are you going to come back and play for us? I was like, I don't know, mate. Told you that league in San Jose, guy tried to break my leg. I just don't know if I want to go back to doing that anymore at this age. Why are you worrying what others think? No, it's not worrying. Maybe I did say the word worrying. That's not the correct term. It's just, I bet there's a lot of girls that think, oh, God, this guy, like, when did he last shave? But there's a lot of girls that get turned on by the fact that pretty rugged. Probably getting sick of all these pampered boys now. Yeah, what they call them, heterosexuals. Yeah, it's getting intimate with the ladies. Like, you should always, for me, put the girl before you when it comes to that. Me and Jay Sol had a big chat about this. Like, it should all be about the girl. Whereas most guys, it isn't it? It's like, all right, let's just, boom, let's go. In and out, shake it all about, let's go, fall asleep. That's what the average guy does. Now, for me now, if I'm going to be intimate with a girl, obviously I'll have to really, really like them. And it'll be very, very good. I'll really focus on them. And I think that's what we should do in life. If you focus on other people, like, and you serve other people, you will get rewarded as well. But it's your mindset. Like, sex shouldn't be all about just you. About you. You have to focus more on them, in my opinion. Zach is the public Northwest. What does that mean? When am I going to England? September. As long as the world's not ended by then, or they've come out with a new variant, which they probably will, I'll be there. Need that website, though, ideally, financially, to get there. But if not, I'll make sure I'm there, and then I don't mind if I struggle for a few months when I'm back here. It'll be worth it to meet a lot of you and my family. Do you like to watch Love Island? Are you kidding me? Watching some inverts prance around, deceiving people, being annoying? No, I don't watch TV. I don't have a TV. And if I did, I most certainly wouldn't watch Love Island. My mate Dunny, is it metrosexual? Is that what it is? What's heterosexual then? It's just straight? Is that what it is? And then homosexual's gay? I don't know anymore. Why does Animally look like Zach's brother, another Professor Dave, and set man down? I don't believe in cloning, Sven Dabs. I think it's nonsense for me. I think it's a joke. I think it's a joke, the cloning. And my mate Red Pill Monkey is going to do a post about it to show you about cloning. They cloned the sheep, guys. Just mocking you. Call you sheep. Oh, let's tell them we cloned a sheep. They'll believe it. They'll believe anything, these sheeple. That's what they do. Who cares if they put it on time? They're mocking with the sheep, bro, and the cloning and Dolly the sheep. It's pure mockery. Satan can't clone a human being. The fallen angels can't do that. Man can't do that. They can't. The best thing they have is artificial intelligence, is robots. That's the best they can do. And it's embarrassing. It's got to laugh. You got to laugh, haven't you? For me, no, they're not cloning people. There's not one of us underground that's exactly the same as me. You can't clone a person's spirit and soul. You can't. You simply can't. Are you talking about Mars, the person played by Spike Lee? Maybe they're talking about the planet. Maybe the chocolate bar. Illusion, I don't know who is an invert these days. Even a woman looks different with makeup. Do you remember Alexander O'Neill's Song of Fake? No. But there was a video that came on yesterday, Sixpence None the Richer, that Kiss Me song. And it was from the movie She's All That, I think. And I remember having a massive crush on her. Was it She's All That? Let me check. Where she was a nerd. Freddie Prinze Jr. had to like date her as a dare. And then she became like the most beautiful girl at the school. Yeah, it is. So this Rachel Leah Cook was someone I had a giant crush on. She was a nerd and she had glasses and then she just became stunning. I was like, oh my God, I think that is also a man. And then I saw the Freddie Prinze Jr. was in the music video of So Kiss Me. I really like that song. This was in 1999. And he was there, sat there with his legs crossed, like they always are, these men. Frederick James Prince Jr. I think he's married to Sarah Michelle Gellar, who played Buffy the Vampire Slayer, who's another one I was attracted to. And then I broke down her or him, Buffy, or Sarah Michelle Gellar. And I was like, oh, that's another one that's got me. So I really liked her. I had a girlfriend called Elizabeth that reminded me of her. And I remember Sarah Michelle Gellar starred in Cruel Intentions, which was one of my favorite movies growing up. I remember going to the movies, I think even with Elizabeth. I definitely had a girlfriend at the time. And I was like, oh man, she's hot. And in that movie, she had sex with her brother, who was, I think, Ryan Felipe. So it's like Freddie Prinze Jr. is a female, Sarah Michelle Gellar is a man, and they put them together. It's just sick, man. I think it'll all be exposed. If this is revelation, everything will come out. Everything's going to be revealed. And I just think I'm ahead of the party. I think I do have the Holy Spirit deep within me that's allowing me to figure this out. And yeah, you'll look at images, you'll probably say, not a chance. That's a man, not a chance. But again, there's a big chance when you put in the work I put in. Buffy, guys. Benzema is an invert. I've told you what I think. Anyone right at the top. Something not right about them. They're deceiving us. But no, I don't know that song. I don't. I can decode anything. I don't know if I can get you all to understand it. So that's what 6079 is. Well, that's something, mate, for you. You don't have to do this. You might think this is aggressive with what I'm saying. If you want your work to be more accepted and understood, you have to figure out a way of presenting it more clearly. I do even think with me, who's a really high level, you throw a lot of numbers, but you don't say what the number means. With me, I'll say the number, what it means, connect the prime, and the complete relationship between what I find. You find amazing finds, but if you say to the average person, like, I don't know, Kobe Bryant was 8420 days old on 9/11 and la-di-da-di-da was 8420. People are going, what's 8420 got to do with anything? And then you might say, well, it's Kobe Bryant Day. That's his jersey numbers, 824. Okay, that's pretty cool. But yeah, it's hard, mate. People find it difficult to process this information. So again, when I do the stuff like on the inverts, you have to show images. Those ones I have to do images and then let you come to your own conclusion with it. With the numbers, people get lost unless you're really good at breaking them down. So yeah, my advice to you is I like your work a lot, but for the average person, they're just going to not have a clue what you're talking about. Do you think if you feel tired, you should have a blood test? No. No. Why? Big facts. Harry Kane ASMR videos on YouTube next. Harry Kane married his sister. But this is where I'm struggling now. Now I've really I feel connected to God. It's like, this is where it gets confusing. I don't think we ever truly die. That's it. Why fear death when we cannot die? So Kobe Bryant, I was just adamant that he didn't die, and it was all staged because I believed it was all man doing it. Man was behind all of this. They killed off the character Kobe Bryant. And now I'm like, did he actually die? If it is like Revelation and God and the serpent died, the black mamba. This is why you get a little bit lost with it all. But again, was Kobe a fallen angel? Then they just don't die. The fallen angels don't die. We don't. So can they just metamorphose and become something else, or go to a different realm or reality or dimension, and Kobe Bryant's gone? 6'6" Kobe. Just the numbers with Kobe, man has not coded his life. It's God. If you've watched all my videos, no way man has coded Kobe Bryant's life and career and death. There's not a chance. Like Shaquille O'Neal for me is Nephilim, is a fallen angel. I think that bloodline. I told you the fallen angels were called the Watchers. The Watchers were sent here by God to oversee mankind, humanity, but not to interfere. And what happened was these fallen angels had sex with beautiful women to create children, which were like half angel, half human. And I think like somebody like Shaquille O'Neal comes from that bloodline. These 7-foot people come from those bloodlines. People don't believe giants existed. They don't believe in fallen angels. They don't believe anything like that. I do think a lot of these people in the NBA come from that bloodline, and they might not even be aware of it. They might not even be aware of it. Like Jabbar, how tall was he? Or Wilt Chamberlain, 7'1". Dad could have been a giant. Jordan born 566 days before Kobe. When Jordan played his first NBA Finals game against Black Magic, Kobe was 466, 6 days old. That's nice, but I think it's better to say things just simple like LeBron James was born the year Michael Jordan was drafted. People go, wow, when was that? 84. Oh, 84 is big, isn't it? Yeah. George Orwell's book, 1984. Obama born 84. The Jesuit Order, 84. Pope born 84, date Numerology. You throw it out that way. Because people are just going to say, well, 5666, that's not 4666. It's annoying. I'm only trying to guide you here because people will hammer you if it's not like exact. On the 33rd anniversary of the JFK assassination, Kobe was 6666 days old. Wow. 33 times 2, 66. You know, with Shawn Michaels, they really had to push that he was a sexy boy, didn't they? I'm just a sexy boy, sexy boy. Like Shawn Michaels, guys, female. Used to love Shawn Michaels. So yeah, I don't know, man. This reality is completely different to what it was for me 2 years ago. Is it better or worse? In so many ways, it's better. I've found God, and that's what it's all about. So people say, do you regret waking up No, not at all. I've inspired more people in 2 years than I did in 33 prior to that. Or 3 years now, whatever I've been doing this for. 2.5, I don't know. But yeah, and you've got the modern day woman now as well. The modern day woman. I think like when I was dating people prior to getting married, it's changed. Like this feminism movement, and a lot of women, they've changed the way that they act and see the world, and the way they approach dating has changed. But yeah, sex does stop being a priority. And I don't know if that's because I'm getting older, but I'm still not. It's not like I'm 70. It's just, I just can't see myself now going out, picking up a girl, taking her back to my apartment, doing you know what with her, and then never seeing her again. It's crazy that I was able to do that. I like down to earth people now as well, who don't take life too seriously. I want to talk to anybody about their job. Right, I'll do about 10 more minutes. I don't know what else to say. But other than like, your relationships do change with people when you truly wake up. Many ways good, many ways it becomes really challenging. Like, very challenging. But again, I don't know if that's good or bad. Miles Garrett is not old enough to be Kobe. Mate, if this is like fallen angels and all of this stuff, you just take age out of it. Age is just a number. Like, if we are eternal beings, forget about the age. All I know is that I did the incredible code on the Kobe and Miles. Incredible. Watch it. You can't deny the numbers. You can't deny the numbers. You can deny if it's the same person. Kobe retired 2016. Miles Garrett gets drafted 2017 by Cleveland, where LeBron's born, who replaced Kobe at the Lakers. And I've told you, maybe it's just purely coincidence, but that guy speaks like Kobe, walks like him, plays basketball like him, writes poetry like him, has the same dog Kobe had, the same dog. They've really pushed him to the moon and back. So I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's very confusing with all of that. But if you haven't watched my Kobe Bryant is Miles Garrett video, I would recommend you watch it. Watch it. What I found and the numbers I found. It was insane. Insane. Illusion, just a compliment. Your skin looks great. A light complexion. On that part of the earth, I would expect to be burned. I sit under umbrellas, mate. The only time I really expose myself to the sun is when I'm coaching. But I'll go by the pool soon. I'm going to have to eat something. I actually have some beans. They're not Heinz, though. So my expectations will not be met. And then I might just head to the beach and read my book. What if being born is really dying and dying is really being born? I don't think you ever die. I don't think you ever die. So I don't think that's possible. What do you think is the best retirement age? 40, 35, 40. God didn't put us here to work 9 or 5 and then work till 65, 70 and then die 10 years after. It's not why we're here. It's not why we're here. And I can't believe what we've just accepted, how limited we are. Living for the weekend mindset. I'm going to get a house and it's the most amazing thing. And I'm going to get a 20-year mortgage and then I'll probably get divorced by that. And then, nah, not for me, man. Not now. I'm just going to live in the present. I'll never buy a house again. Not a chance. Not a chance. It's one of the worst things you can do, in my opinion. But people will disagree with that and say it's an amazing investment. It's this, it's that. Did Kobe live in Texas? I'm not sure. Myles Garrett, I think he went to Texas to study. Watch my Myles Garrett. Let me find it. I've done a few of them. And this is the type of stuff that people either absolutely love or get angry with me. Like, really angry with me. All right, here it is. And guys, I'm sorry when I do this. It's not by design for clickbait. But I said my best video yet. Miles Bryant is Kobe Bryant. Here you go. Let me know if you can access that link. Let me see how many people have watched this. 2.9. Guys, this almost has 3,000 views. So this got people thinking. It has almost 3,000 views. Oh my God, it got me plus 33 subscribers. 33. Kobe gets you 33. Cleveland gets you 33. LeBron 33. It got me 33 extra subs this video. And it's not too long. Oh my word, guys. It's 22 minutes and 9 seconds. See, this is the thing with me, how organic I am. It's 22 minutes and 9 seconds, 229, the 50th prime. Kobe Bryant was drafted the 50th NBA draft. Yes, yeah. They're professional deceivers. Watch that video and then you'll change your mind. It'll at least make you think. Watch that video about Kobe and Myles Garrett. I'm going to rewatch it, actually. I'm really good at breaking them down. Like I said, you read my comments and then trail off, but I do appreciate what you do. No, I read your comments, bro. I do like them. I'm talking about the average person or the new person to Gematria. They will read, like, I'll read this out for you now. 27,028 zip code is Moxville, which makes sense because mass translate into Mocking official language of the Q. Now spell Kubama's name backwards and you'll get it Kurab Barak. That's great, but why are you calling him Kubama and not Obama? Maybe I'm missing something there. LV and Al lives decoded by the numbers. LV is playing AL. Really? I don't know who they are. Yeah, I think most people, guys, all right, do me a favor in the chat because you know I like 6079. When he puts his codes up, do you understand them? Just tell me, do you understand them? Do you appreciate them? Do they go over your head? Are they too complicated? Are they perfect? When you read his codes, what do you think? Do you get them? Do you think he should break them down better? Is he doing a great job of doing them? I'm interested to know what you think. Because for me, I think they're interesting, but they're too long for a lot of people who don't have the gift that we have for seeing them. Good night, Anna. Yes, I get it's easy to understand magic and bird magic. It's like Disney. Bird is like Twitter was named after both in the news. Well, Twitter's a blue bird, and this Operation Bluebird, which is mind control, is connected to MK Ultra. So what I'm saying is Twitter is mind control. It's how a lot of people see the world by what they see on Twitter. And I think it should be illegal for kids under 18 to have social media. I think it's mind control. People are just not aware of it because they're entertained. I wonder what's going to happen when they take the internet off people, which will happen in our lifetime. I know people say it's never going to happen. When they take the internet off from you, how are you going to be? How are you going to cope without Instagram or TikTok or YouTube or any of that? Are you going to be at one with yourself? Like you speak to an average person, tell them, how would you live without social media or TV? I think they'd have a panic attack. Bama's birthday, 8/4. Jordan's birthday, 48th day. In hindsight, was 2020. Good year. Jordan's birthday, 2/17. Obama's It's 217th daily. I really like that. Very clean and clear. I'm still trying to figure out what 217 is, or 217. I know Jordan was born February the 17th. I know a lot of 217s, but I don't have it with a prime. I don't know what it is with that number. I know it gets you 10 in numerology, which is big with Satan. I'll do 5 more minutes. Please come online tomorrow. I'll do my best for you, brother. I don't make promises, because I don't make plans with things like this. Wow, a guy messaged me called John. He sent me a message at 1:44, which is my birthday. 1:44. 1:44 a.m. Wow, this is really interesting. Our goals are based on time and currency. Anything number-based gone. Ooh. What has stimulated this is your statement, is God behind the rituals, Kobe, etc. It's crazy he's messaging me at 1:44 a.m. and I was born 14/4. Gematria is like learning another language. Yep. That's what I'm saying. If you're new to learning a new language and somebody's just doing advanced paragraphs and you just don't even know basic vocabulary, you're not going to appreciate, you're not going to understand it. And I think I have done a video on what is Gematria and basic Gematria. I'll try and do another one for you, for people that are new to it. Again, with the life coaching that I do, people ask me, can you just go through the basics? I do that. With Gematria, guys, it's a beautiful tool and you can do whatever you want with it. You'll get more answers and questions like with it when you get really good at it. Twitter puts a check next to the inverts and poses. Yeah. Anyone who has a check mark, stay away from their profile. I'm learning American Sign Language. I bet that's an amazing thing to learn. A lot of these so-called elites communicate via sign language and handshakes and all of that. That's why they communicate and say things to each other that we don't know. So we're only used to language to communicate. They communicate with symbols and gestures and all of that. Do you think you should forget about people in your past? Don't forget about them. Don't obsess over it. Stop bitching and crying about the past and like how, or even like, oh, it was so good when I was younger. Live in the present moment. Don't worry too. I think most people are more worried about the future, so they don't live in the present again. The past shaped you. It's great. You can reflect on it, but don't obsess over it. Saying like, I wish I was 15 again. Then you just get downhearted because you're never going to be 15 again. You're never going to go back to that time again. It was a stage of your life which you enjoyed and loved, and you can enjoy, but don't obsess over it and say, I wish I was 15. I wish it was like it used to be, the good old days. Like that keeps you in a low frequency. Fewer the tongues, fewer confusion, no message dilution, either nothing lost in translation. That's very interesting. Still very serious about reading Satan's Bible, though. This is the only way. What's Satan's Bible called? Do you think more languages create more problems? Yes. More divide, more disconnect. So yeah. But positive side for me, I teach English. So I can make a living out of it, teaching people English. If everybody spoke it, then that job's gone. There'd be no English teachers, really. Well, maybe there still would be English teachers, but not like as a second language. Yes, JM, I agree. Twitter's bird is called Larry Bird. Really, after the Boston Celtics player, number 33. It's got named after fallen angel Satan Gabriel. I don't know. All I said in my song is God's the creator, Satan's a creation. And then I said, God is salvation, Satan is deception or something. So again, I believe God created Satan to use Satan to challenge man. That's all I see it as. I used to put Satan and God on the same level when I was slightly waking up. Like good against evils, God against Satan. No, God created Satan. God completely controls him. But I do think he's reigning right now. He has pretty much, I don't know, it's like almost like God said, all right, I'm going to take a bit of time off, Satan. There you go. You got 42 months, mate. Okay. It's September 17th, 6 months, second day on the 13th month calendar. That makes sense. That's 179, the 41st prime. The 30-month calendar begins on 4/1, April the 1st. I'm not sure about that in regards to God and Satan question. I don't know. I don't think God's named after the fallen angel. No. I told you the fallen angels were the watchers who were supposed to oversee humanity. And then they infiltrated it. They've infiltrated humanity. And then the fallen angels taught man about war, about so many things that were basically secrets of the heavens. And then these angels gave this sacred information to man. And then I think there's bloodlines who are connected to demons. And it goes all the way back. So if someone like Bill Gates will have this demonic bloodline where they can communicate with demons in different dimensions, and they probably take orders from them. It's wild to even talk about this stuff, man, but I believe it at this point. Nothing shocks me. Bryant, I'm telling you what NIH patent 217 is Upper Galilean Mountain, blind mole rat, ring finger protein, Galilean Mountain, like where Jesus is from, ring finger like ring, like Jesus is coming from it for his bride. Wow. Saturn ritual when you get married and exchange rings as well. The rings in the NBA, like Jordan won 6 rings. They get rings, don't they? When you win a Super Bowl, you get a ring. The ring of fire. I wonder if that's to do with Satan going to hell in the lake of fire. I don't know. It's all interesting. All we're doing is talking here. Just coming to our own conclusions, you know what I mean? It does sound like a tongue twister. Not a trickster. God is God. God is the creator, and Satan is one of his creations. Boom. The Matrix. I do think the Matrix is Satan playing tricks on humanity, and he's used technology. But technology is also amazing as well. Crazy stuff. Okay, there are 2 NBA franchises with 17 championships. Yeah, Lakers and Boston. That's why I said, another reason why I said there's no way the Celtics are going to win. They're not going to come off 17. Freemasonry found it 17-17. Lakers, Celtics, both on 17 NBA championships. They won't coming off that. Okay, man, if I was still betting, I would have taken 5, 6, 7, 8 grand off the Warriors from December. But whatever. God knows what side you were on before you were even birthed. I disagree. For me, I disagree. I think you have the free will to find God and connect with him, and the choices you make, sacrifices you make. I don't think God already knows this guy is one of the chosen ones. I disagree with that, Amani, to be honest. But I don't know. You can cry. I don't know why you're sending the laughing emojis. I don't know why that's funny to you. So you think that God already knows what side you're on before you even birthed. I disagree. Why is that funny? God's child, everyone's sinner. Yeah, we're all sinners. We're all sinners. Yeah. God doesn't hate sinners. He hates sin. That is even an option. I think God created this perfect world that got infiltrated by the fallen angels, by Lucifer. And he probably understands, yeah, we sin. Man does sin. They're being completely screwed over. He hates sin, not sinners. We're all sinners, yeah. And we're all saints in many ways as well. I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed. That's how I feel about it. I'm trying to live this perfect life. We're not supposed to. It's impossible to live a perfect life. You can't question God. His ways are above ours. He knows everything. I agree, but I will disagree at the same time. If you want to question God, you have every right. You have free will to question God and his existence. For me, I firmly believe in God as the creator, the Almighty. I believe that hand on my heart, in my soul. But you have every right to question him. Nobody can stop you doing that. He gives you that free will. It's whether you find him or not or connect, that's a different story. But you have a right to question God. I don't think he'll have a problem with you critically thinking. Most people can't do now. Jesus rose from the dead and ascended to heaven. He has no use in heaven. It doesn't make sense. He should be on earth. Now he is alive. Who says he isn't? They say God's everywhere. Now then, forever, he's everywhere. I think he's just hanging out in heaven. Again, maybe heaven to many people is a metaphor. What is heaven? Is heaven just nirvana? Is it? We'll never know, or we will hopefully know. But yeah, what somebody says heaven is different to somebody else. I always say, like, you can have heavenly moments on earth. People disagree further right, you get more disagreement. Yeah, but the more awakened you become and the more comfortable you are in your skin, you're not that worried about people disagreeing with you. You become aware of, okay, that's fine. That's the way you see it. You don't fight till you're blue in the face to prove them wrong, because you can't when it comes to stuff like God and Jesus and heaven and hell and Satan and this. You can't. So I go, all right, that's where you're at. Good luck to you. And I mean it when I say that. God does not test, God just loves. Oh, God, that's a tricky one as well. I think God can be pretty ruthless in a good way. I think he does test you. I think he uses Satan for that. I think, yeah, God does test you. It's not like you're taking an exam, but I think he does. I think he loves all of us, but I think he does have no problem testing you and putting you through difficult times to grow. That's what he did to me. You muddling with more delusional takes. Again, delusional. What does that word mean to you? Delusional. Crazy? What do you think happens when you die? You never die. You never die. So you don't even have to worry about that. When you realize that, your whole life changes. 42 months is 3 years and 6 months. Yep, another 666 for your 3 6s. 666, the 36 triangular number. Also, it's 3 years, 6 months, and 0 days. 360, like a circle, 360 degrees. So I'm saying, look out for Argentina. They won the World Cup 36 years ago. I'm telling you. When my website's finally up, that will be maybe my first post. Do you test your friendships? I just let it be now with them. I know who's supposed to be in my life and who's not. I don't test my friendships. I don't like, oh, like, this guy's gonna see the world this way and that way to be my friend. Like, I just go with it. I feel the connection I have with people. And then if it's not as genuine as I think, then it just drifts away. Like, most of your friendships disappear, don't they? Think about all the people that have been your friend. How many of them are you still in close contact with? How many of them? From school or college or work? How many of them? It's hardly anyone. Be honest with yourself. It's hardly anyone. That's truly your friend. Why are you so sensitive, 6079? Anybody have any suggestions for channels that would like decodes? Why don't you create a channel? How many times do I have to tell you this, bro? You've got amazing codes, set up a channel, present them on your own channel. You don't have to go through mine or Joseph's or Zach's or whoever else has a channel. Create a channel and then every day present your codes, mate. You love the numbers. I do as well. Set up a channel. It's about the 100th time I've told you this now. And maybe you already have one. I'll promote it for you. Put some videos together, create a PowerPoint, put some dramatic music in the background. You can do that in 5 minutes. Done. Go live. Well, actually, you need 1,000 people to do that, I think. So, yeah, you're not the only one in my chat, mate. There's lots of other people. I can't just read every code you put, especially when they're like 6 sentences every time. If you don't test friendships, why would God? So you're saying God's our friend, is everybody's friend? Because you can't really compare me with God, really, to an extent. I know, I believe God's within all of us, but for me personally, like when you say Adam or illusion, do you test your friendships? What do you mean by that? What does that mean? Like, do I test my friendships? No, I meet people and it feels right. And if I like them, I'll meet them again. And then I'll meet them again. And if not, then I probably won't see them again. And I'm all right with that. Like, there's only a few friendships of mine that have really lasted. Like true Nathan, Simon, Greza, Oz. I'm not even going to class the people in Mexico. I've only been here 8 years. I'm not even going to class the people in the US. I'm talking about people I grew up with from a child, a young child. It's less than 10. And I've had times where I've not spoken to them for like a year, but I just know in my soul that they are my friends and they do anything for me. But I don't know what, like, okay, let's check this out. I got married in 2014 in Mexico. And basically, I got married a few months after I proposed. Nearly all of my friends couldn't come to the wedding from England. They didn't have enough notice, didn't have enough money. They'd already booked trips to Europe or whatever. Because they didn't cancel everything or take out a loan or figure out getting to Mexico for my wedding, does that mean they're not my friend? Does that mean I should judge them? If you care about me so much, you would have found a way, like people do very dramatically. I'm like, listen, guys, I'm almost certain that you're not going to be able to make it. I'll give you no notice. It's super expensive, but I'm getting married on this day. And if you can make it, fantastic. If not, much love to you. Sorry, I'm not getting married in England. Because they didn't come, I didn't go, oh, they're not my friend. Or the people who attended my wedding, it's like, well, they must like me more than the others that didn't come. No, it is what it is. What's Greza saying? Putting a right shift in, mate. I do. I put me in the engine room, baby. I put in a shift. I've almost done 3 hours. What day is it? Saturday. Saturday, 2:30. Again, we've got a pool right out there. I'm going to go to it soon. I keep saying 5 minutes. I'm undoing my buttons. I'm getting hot. Faith is tested, yeah? They always say your faith gets tested all the time. Exactly, great point. Most people in life go, I'm being tested here. Depends what you define the word test as. What does that mean to you, the word test? Do you think of an exam? Okay. Basically a test, a procedure intended to establish the quality, performance, or reliability of something, especially before it's taken into widespread use. Okay? Every day we get tested, we get challenged. Do we not? There's always at least one thing a day that tests you or challenges you, whether it's testing your patience, your energy levels, your finances, your emotions. We get tested every day. Who's doing that? Who's doing that? God is not doing the testing. It's not the nature of God to test our love. So when we go through adversity and intense challenges in our life, which often lead to growth, who's behind that? Who's behind the adversity? That we have our free will, whether we're going to overcome it or cry about it or sulk about it and not do anything about it. Who's testing us there? Nobody? Nobody? I need you to loosen up my buttons, baby. Who can handle that? That was a Pussycat Doll song, all blokes. God is beyond what we see as good and evil, I agree. How could we comprehend that Satan exists from our perspective? Depends if you believe in the holy books, if you believe in polarity, duality. And again, Satan, I don't think you'll ever see God. You'll ever visually see Satan. You may never see angels, demons. You can't see consciousness. You can't see your spirit. You can't see your soul. There's so many things you can't see. And they're the most important things in the world. Life is unknown suffering. If there is collective, then an animal's unknown pain is your pain. Yep. When you really get connected like that, yeah, you really do. What's the word? You can feel empathy for everything around you, and you want to help people. You want to help people. You get joy from helping people, not just for personal gain. There's people who say eating bacon means you're evil. You're evil if you eat bacon. You're going to go to hell. There's people that say things like that. I've had somebody say that to me. Well, what does that even mean? I eat bacon, I'm going to hell. Is according to who? According to what? What is this? Again, when you just become so comfortable with who you are, other people's opinions, you can appreciate them, you can acknowledge them, but yeah, people can say whatever they want. Our choices determine what tests us. So that's complete free will then. We have complete free will over our choices, and then that determines what tests us. Our choices determine what tests us. Yes, I can agree with that. But are you completely in control over your choices? Illusion, not delusion. No, I don't think illusion's calling me delusion. I don't think a man is calling me delusion. If he is, the guy sent me money like a few days ago. So if he's calling me delusion still, then he's probably got something missing because he's in every life. I think he's just referring to the word delusion. Maybe he's aiming it at me. I don't know. Don't care either. It's funny. I can't base our own standards to know who's making it to heaven or hell. Yeah, again, people don't believe in heaven and hell. I didn't. People don't like the idea of Judgment Day, and like there's a list of like, all right, illusion is 8.5. That puts him in the heaven category. Up you go, mate. So people mock it. Do you know who really mocks religion? Really mocks it and really promotes being an atheist? Ricky Gervais. He says that he doesn't believe in anything supernatural. He says the universe is supernatural as it already is with its beauty. So he'll find a way of like making it sound like what he's saying is beautiful. But Ricky Gervais hates God. He gets angry at the thought of people believing in God. And I see right through you. Why do you think he's hosting like the Golden Globes all the time? He don't believe in God, which is interesting. Okay, if you were God and all powerful, would you allow suffering? And just from a human perspective, you would say no, deal with it. I would allow suffering, yeah. I think you need the polarity. When you look into the 7 Hermetic principles, I think you need suffering. I think you need negativity to appreciate positivity. I think you need light and dark. Okay, night and day. So yeah, I would. I think we all need to suffer. Constant suffering, a lot of the time is whether you like it or not, is dependent on the person. Every day they're suffering, every day they're this, that, and the other. And I know there's different levels of suffering. There's different levels. There's physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, all sorts of suffering. But would I completely get rid of suffering within this world? No. Not a chance. Not a chance would I get rid of suffering. No. Do I promote it? Do I want people to be in pain and hurt and depressed and fed up? Again, depression's a state of mind. Depression's a choice. People scream at me for that. Depression is a choice. All right? What happens in your life a lot of the time, you don't have much of a say over a lot of things. Many things you do, a lot of things you don't. But how you react to them is a choice. So if you're pulling out, I'm depressed again, and I'm just at home and I'm laying in my bed and I'm just sulking, I'm doing nothing about it, and I'm eating junk food, I'm not exercising, I'm not seeing people, I'm sat in the dark, I'm just depressed and I'll never get over it. That's you. That's you. So that level of suffering, that's a choice. That's a choice that people choose. And again, I told you, depression's a mindset. It's a mindset. Pain is good, embrace it. The famous saying, no pain, no gain. Go to the gym, feel that pain. As long as if you go to the gym and you feel a sense of pain, because it's growth, like growth pain, okay? It's a good thing. If you're going to the gym and you pull your pec, or you pull your hamstring, or you dislocate your shoulder, that level of pain is not a good thing. So there's different stages of pain. There's different levels of pain. But in general, I think suffering is a great opportunity to grow. I think most people's biggest growth come after suffering. I think when everything's going great, you can get very complacent. Depression is a choice. Maybe expand on that. Again, could you say depression's an illusion? Like fear? I say that can be. Fear is something you build up. You're worried about something that hasn't happened. Fear. So it's kind of an illusion. So again, depression. We'll have times where we're fed up and we're sad and we're frustrated. But for the people who are forever depressed, that's your problem. You can blame the world and blame your family, blame the girl that left you, and blame your boss for firing you, this, that, and the other. It's no sympathy for people who are constantly depressed. I have sympathy. Well, not even sympathy. I understand people who go have a shitty day. Like, you know what I mean? It happens. It's part of it. But then just these people that are forever depressed every day. I don't want to be around those people. They bring my frequencies down, and I don't feel sorry for them. I don't hate on them. It's just I don't want anything to do with them. Running and endorphins got me out of my rut. Brilliant. I think exercise is one of the best things you can do. Learn a new skill. Be creative. You could change your diet. There's so many things you can do when you are depressed. Or you can bitch about it and stay depressed and hate the world and then hate yourself. The mind gives out before the body. Think of a marathon. The marathon, your brain will be saying, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this. I'm done. There's no way I'm going to get to the end line. Then the body stops. It's not the body stops, then your brain says that. When you learn to control your mind, you can push through things like that. You go, whatever. Am I crazy? I talk to myself. If I ever have self-doubt, I say, listen, ads, not a chance that you're not going to do that. Keep going. And then boom, I go. Try it. I talk to myself only when I have a few self-doubts, which is very, very, very rare for me to doubt what I do or what I say. I have a word with myself. I have a word. Like it's same with like if I'm running. Like if I say that I'm going to get from A to B, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. However, now, like when I run, I don't have an ultimate goal anymore. People go, I'm going to run 5 miles and then stop. I'm going to run a 5K, then stop. You know what illusion does? It stops when he wants to stop. All right? I don't say, I'm going to run to here and stop. I just run. I just listen to my soul even when I'm running. And then maybe I'll stop and walk and then I'll run again. I don't need to get my watch and time everything. Check how many calories I've burned. I don't need any of that shit. And then when I'm done running and I'm ready to go home and eat or shower, I go. I don't overthink shit like that anymore. No, depression is not a choice. How is it not a choice? How's depression not a choice? I'd love to hear somebody give me an answer for that. Depression's not a choice. Like, you can't help it. You can't do anything about it. You can't overcome it yourself. I'm not having that. But that's your opinion, and that's absolutely fine. Watch Sports Gematria Joel. It's a channel that exposes Zach. I'm not going to get into exposing Zach. He does that himself every day. I don't need to speak about that guy. Yeah. Illusion. Great call. Illusion, Forrest Gump. I'll just run. I'll cycle. I don't have a bike path. I just go. I like the unknown. Most people fear the unknown. I embrace the unknown. I like to just go on a bike or run anywhere. So the best thing about traveling for me, I ain't the guy who's going to book the resort and say, this night we're going to have steak and then we're going to go to this museum the day after. I'll turn up there. I won't have a hotel room. I'll probably end up staying at someone's house. I'll become a friend with somebody, stay at their house. I'll trust them, have a good laugh. Then they'll go, all right, let's go. Let me show you some of the sights. I'll remember that in Madrid. It's just, I love all of that. So I'm a free spirit. And you can't teach that. Remember Enzo Amore? Wrestler? He could talk the talk. Depression is leveling up. Depression, let's see what it says about depression. I bet it says state of mind. It says state of mind, then. Mental health disorder. I don't see it as a disorder. I think, that's clinical depression. Persistently depressed mood or loss of interest in activities causing significant impairment in daily life. If you have that genuine, like, I don't know, you've just been put in a wheelchair and you can't do anything with that, I can see that you will suffer from clinical depression for a long time. But even then, if that's happened to you, and for example, the doctor said you'll never walk again, but you have complete control over your mind, but you'll never walk again. Never again. Will you be depressed? Absolutely. Chronically depressed at the beginning? Absolutely. But then are you going to go through your whole life just bitter and feeling sorry for yourself? You may as well not exist at that point. So I have much love for the people who get put in a wheelchair and then they go to the Paralympics, then they get married or they marry somebody in a wheelchair and they have that connection and then they find new things that they're intrigued in and they're like, all right, I can't run anymore, but I can do this now. So they find, you've got all these inspirational stories and stuff of people who've overcome adversity, really bad adversity, lost their legs or their arms or this, that, and the other. And then they said they've never been happier. So like loneliness, is that something that you can't do anything about? When people go, I'm just lonely, I'm fed up and lonely. What would you say to somebody who said there are elements to this? It's not clear as day, like anything that's major is like, there's certain angles you can look at it. If somebody came up to you, Amani and Annie, and said, I'm really lonely and fed up, what would you say to them? What would you say? I'm lonely and I'm fed up. What would you say? Anybody answer that? Depression equals deep rest. I've heard that. I think sometimes you do have to go through a state of depression. I've told you, I did. Red Pill Monkey did. A few other people did who had this giant awakening. And you go through it to grow. You got to grow. I've told you, it's growth pains. Growth pains hurt, physical and mental. Because there's no single cause of depression. All right, there's not one single cause. I'm depressed. Oh, okay, because of this. Could be a variety of reasons, and there's many different things that trigger you with depression. I'm talking about the people who constantly are hating on the world and blaming everybody, and everything sucks, and they're doing nothing about it. I tell you this, the people who go, they know what makes them miserable. They know, they say it, and they don't do anything about it. I'm so sick of the way I look, and I'm so lazy, and I don't exercise, and my diet sucks, and I can't fit into my clothes anymore. Well, what do you think you need to do about it? That's you. Or you can bitch and moan and be depressed about it. Oh, look at me now. I'm not how I used to look. So again, depression, it can be so many things can trigger it. All right. Maybe bereavement. Maybe there's a death in your family. Maybe it's a serious illness or injury. Maybe you get divorced. You hate the world. Your wife's left you, or your husband. Your job, money worries often leads to depression. And sometimes, unfortunately, for some people, all those things hit them at once. There's a family bereavement, right, as they've got divorced, right, as they've lost the job, and then they really think the world and God hates them. Or most of the time, they don't believe in God, because why would God put me through all of this? See it as a challenge, as a beautiful challenge. And I've realized that the people that have suffered from chronic depression or clinical depression, whatever terms they want to give you, and overcome that level of depression are some of the most interesting, incredible people I've ever met. It's the calling. It's the calling. Are you going to answer it, or are you going to just bitch and moan about everything? Like the people in the chat so often, bitching and moaning at my work, and they're not doing anything. They're not presenting anything. They're just bitching. I would say set up your own channel, see how well you do. A lot of it's to do with your personality as well. Okay? Like low self-esteem, or if you're overly self-critical. Can you change that? Can you change that or not? Or is that God-given? I'm overly critical. I'm vulnerable. I have low self-esteem. I can't help it. I've got low self-esteem. I just can't help it. Really? That's like for me telling people, I can't lose weight. I just can't. I'm just not meant to. I just can't. I can't run. I can't lift weights. I can't play an instrument. I can't sing. There's no way I could get up and do that. Yeah, you could. You just don't have the fire within you to do it. You can do all those things. There's certain things you can't do, I guess, if you're physically handicapped, where you literally can say, I can't do that. I can't run a marathon because I'm completely disabled. And you go, all right, fair enough. But could you do a marathon in your wheelchair? Could you try that? Yeah, you could. You never think you're never going to get it each passing day. What do you mean? You think you're never going to get what? There's a girl I know called Madison, right? And she's got type 1 diabetes. So she was born with it. Because type 2 is basically a sedentary lifestyle. Your diet, you're lazy. Okay? You eat a lot of shit. Type 1 you're born with. And this girl called Madison, she needs to take insulin and so many things that she has to do. Yet, she didn't let it stop her. She was like the best footballer, girls footballer. Like she took part in everything. Doctors were like, be careful with this, be careful with that. She did it. She excelled. Her mindset allowed her to do that. As a child, you go, why was I born with this, with diabetes type 1? Why me? Why is everyone else fine? Why me? She's like, I got it. And it is what it is. And I deal with it. And I don't let it affect me. That's how she speaks. She has that level of confidence about her. Again, that's a choice that she made. Being unhappy isn't depression. Yep. If you're constantly unhappy, it's on you. That's why I don't like the blame game. It's always someone else's fault. Always someone else's fault when they fail. They blame everyone else but themselves. I don't have time for those people. No, some people are blaming everything, but they ain't depressed. How many people now are saying they're depressed? You hear it all the time. I'm depressed. I'm just so depressed with everything. You always have to then say why. Why? Why are you depressed? You will always get the answer. I just am. Try it with somebody who says that to you, I'm depressed. Say, why? I just am. Okay, so what's triggering your depression? Oh, just depressed, man. But why? Why? Well, my job sucks. I'm barely making any money. Nobody's attracted to me. All right, well, why don't you go apply for multiple other jobs now? Oh, no, I can't be bothered doing that. I'm fine where I'm at. Wait, you're fine? I thought you just said that you're depressed with your job. No, but it's fine. So you're fine with being depressed. Then stop bitching. Stop bitching. Depression is a mind state. Simple. And you can, again, the things I talk about are controversial. Do I know for a fact what I'm saying is to be true? No. Some people, when they're depressed, what they do, they drink alcohol and they take drugs. Okay? Which then makes them more depressed. And then they complain even more. So if you, it's like drowning your sorrows. Why would you do that? Because alcohol, it affects the chemistry of your brain. And when you're drinking it whilst you're depressed, how's that going to benefit you? So you know you're depressed. You know that drinking is going to trigger it and make it worse. Yet you drink. Whose choice is that? You're a grown adult. Whose choice is that? That's not my fault, though. It's not my fault. It's just the way I feel makes me do it. Oh, God. Victim. Keep playing the victim. See how far you get in life where you're the victim all the time. It's never your fault. It just makes me feel better about myself. It doesn't, though, does it? It's actually making you feel a lot worse. So, yeah. You lose your libido, baby. You lose your mojo. But like I said, we will have times when we're depressed and fed up. But I'm talking about the people who are always fed up and depressed and bitching and whining and doing nothing about it. Painting on the wall. What do you see about that painting? I don't mind if Lady Hawk, if right now at this moment it's bringing you down, then you probably should leave from the live. Yeah, I love you to bits, but I got asked about this topic. I'm saying what I think about it. So, again, I told you I talk about topics that are going to occasionally rattle people. Other times people will love what I'm saying. People will give me different opinions with what I'm saying. And that's part of life. Okay? People's situations are subjective. Yeah. I'm giving mine. This is the Illusions channel. It's how I see it. I'll move on. If you have any other questions, I'll move on. But I'm giving you my thoughts on it. Like we can't, like, people are open-minded to certain things and then closed-minded to other things. I'm open-minded to anything. And I'll discuss my opinion on it. And I know not everyone will agree with it. How did you move into the apartment so quickly? Persistence, basically. I was in that old apartment where I wasn't happy. So I did something about it. Wasn't happy. And it was towards the end of May. And I was like, all right, I need to get out of this apartment. It was kind of like I got pushed in a way, like my landlord, I was complaining about the apartment for multiple reasons. And he was like, well, maybe you should leave. He kind of threatened to kick me out. He said, if you're going to keep complaining, then get out. So I was like, okay, this is a perfect opportunity for me to get out now. Because I was saying it like, all right, I'm done. I'm fed up here. What am I doing? And I wasn't going to move out. So I was looking, I kept looking and there was nothing available. I kept looking and meeting with real estate agents. Nothing was happening. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm going to be stuck here. And I was really close to leaving where I live, like the state, because I was so desperate to get out of that apartment. So then I met my mate Andy, my best mate here. Much love, Andy. He watches all the live streams. We drove around for hours and hours and hours and kept getting, nope, nothing available, nothing available. Everything's full. There's no availability. Constantly just driving around, turned away by all of these places. I was like, at the point where I was like, mate, I'm just going to have to stay here, or if I haven't got anything within the next 2 months, I'm leaving this area. No, bro, no, mate, don't leave. Like, why would you do that? You've built this. You've got, I was like, I'm not living there. I don't want to be there anymore. It's hurting my soul being there. And then I'm here. I find this place. Well, I didn't even see the apartment the first time. We drove here. We took like a sharp left turn. My mate was like, just turn there quick. I was like, no, bro, I'm done. Let's go get a drink. He's like, do it. And he got really like agitated. Do it now. I was like, all right, mate, let's go. And we saw the gardener of where I live now. There's this gardener, is like the handyman, the gardener does this, that, and the other. And Andy got out and he went, I'm going to go speak to that guy. He looks like he works here. I was like, all right, mate, let's go. Go for it. And then I felt something, like he was speaking to him for like 2 minutes. I was like, I'm getting out of the car here. This is good. Because he was still speaking to him. I was like, this is good. It wasn't like, no, there's nothing, bye, like all the other places. So I got out with him and we got the phone number for the real estate person for this apartment. Messaged her, all that, called her up straight after. And she was like, yeah, there's not really anything, but maybe there's something that's going to come up. And I was like, oh, okay. Feeling a bit fed up, as you do, like, oh, okay, it's going to be all right. There might be something available. What does might mean? So usually when people think about this, you know, when you ask your friend, like, are you going out tonight? Maybe. They don't go out, do they? Well, about 80% of the time when they've said maybe, they don't do it. So it's like there might be something that comes available at the beginning of June. I was like, okay, sure. Knowing that there's so many people looking for apartments. And I got it. I worked my magic. I came with all the money, the down payment, the first month, loads of other things. Prepared. I was prepared. Okay. And when I eventually met her face to face, she said, Adam, I was like, oh, yeah. She's like, well, I've already pretty much given this to a couple that's just moving here. I was like, so here's the positive mindset of me here. Back in the day, I might have gone, oh, okay, I understand. No, I wasn't having that. So she went, I've pretty much given it to a couple that's just moving to Cabo. I was like, wait. I was kind of like from Dumb and Dumber. I was like, so you're saying there's still a chance? So I said, pretty much. And she was like, yeah, pretty much. So I was like, wait, Maria. I got all excited. She was like, yes. I was like, so they haven't signed the contract. They haven't paid you a penny yet. She was like, no. I was like, so basically you've not done anything. You've just said, yeah, you should be able to get the apartment to them. That's it. She was like, yeah. I was like, well, are you supposed to be meeting them today? She was like, yeah, they were supposed to have come a few hours ago. I went, they didn't though, did they? And I'm here. She went, yeah, you are. I was like, listen, Linda, listen. I can pay you right now the down payment and the first month right now. I don't have pets. I'm single. I've got, like, this is when I had the online platform. I was like, I've got an online platform. I've got my own coaching company. I teach English. I've got plenty of money. You're not going to have an issue with me. I'm quiet. I go about my business. I'm really clean. Like, come on. Can't get much better than that, Maria. She's like, oh, as soon as she saw the money talks. She went, okay. I was like, can we sign the contract now? She was like, yeah, but you can't move in until June the 1st. And it was like the 26th of May or something. I was like, no problem. Like, can we sign the contract? Boom, done. And I know before my awakening, I know as soon as she said, Adam, I'm sorry, but I've kind of already given it away. I would have literally said, like I said, oh, all right. Oh, that sucks. But thank you. because I was so respectful in many ways, too nice at times. And it makes me laugh. The kids at school would go, they'd say sometimes like, is there anything you're not good at, Mr. Adam? Like, what's your weakness? And I would say, listen, guys, and I won't even mean to do it like mockery. I was like, guys, sometimes I'm too nice. And they were, oh my God, even your biggest weakness is a positive. You're too nice. They still abuse me for that comment. I was like, yeah, I'm too nice. It's probably my biggest weakness. But I know I've got plenty of weaknesses. But I pushed it. So within like a week, I got here, mate, from when I signed the contract. I got it for 1 year. And when I left my wife, I gave her everything. I gave her everything. So I wasn't cruising around with like washing machines, dryers, this, that, giant tables, fridges, like couches. So all I needed to do was get all my clothes. I left my mattress there, which I paid for, the bed, wasn't bothered. Didn't have a TV, gave them all away. And packed my clothes, took all my kitchen utensils, got here. It was a bit of a trek. I had to go back 3, 4, 5 times, back and forth, because I did have a lot of clothes, and that was it. And now I'm here. And I like it here. Who's joining Chelsea? Who's joining Chelsea? Don't mess with someone who has experience. You can learn from people who have experience. They say exercise helps with depression. I won't get into depression again, because I do really respect Lady Hawk. She's probably gone already, but yeah, I think exercise is only a good thing, is all I'll say about that, for your mind and your body. Adam's comments are naive and ego-driven. Okay, Paul. Okay, naive. You know what's naive? When you buy the bottled water, which is basically Evian, which is an anagram of naive. Can't believe we all have to buy these bottled waters, and water's free. Yeah, Evian is an anagram of naive. It's not by accident. Imagine the sorrow within Jesus, knowing he's walking to the death for us, lot. I think he was so ready for it. I think he was ready for it. I'm at this point really ready for shit to hit the fan. The stuff that I'm saying is going to happen. I'm ready for it. Let's have this true test, which people say we're not being tested. Let's find out what goes on in 2023. Let's see what happens. You're going to have a choice to make. Whether you get so connected to this world or you believe there's something bigger than this world. I think most people will live for this moment, and they're going to take the so-called mark of the beast or whatever it is, because they can only think about the now. Whereas I'm ready to be homeless. I've told you, I'm ready to be homeless. I'm ready to have nothing, none of this, if shit really hits the fan. And I'm ready to die for this truth, for my spirit. How many other people are? You know, is that my ego, Amani, or the other guy? Me saying that it's my ego? By saying that I'm ready to die for the truth. She never die. I mean, on about this realm that we live in. Who should go back to Real Madrid? Are you talking about Ronaldo? See, that's what I mean. They want you talking about Ronaldo. Ronaldo wants to leave this summer. Oh, look at this. Ronaldo wants to leave this summer, but Man United say he's not for sale. Like, you're going to waste your energy talking about Ronaldo? Will he stay or will he go? Why do you care? This is the thing. I don't know if I can tolerate this anymore. United stance is Ronaldo is not for sale and is under contract for 1 more year. So yeah, have you talk about this guy? Will he stay or will he go? Why don't you just wait and see and then discuss it if you care? If Ronaldo goes, then discuss it. Then I'll code it. But will he stay or will he go? Who gives a shit? I know I don't. I lost a lot of friends because I don't care about will Ronaldo stay or go, things like that. So Jamie Carragher here and Gary Neville. Let's listen to these comments. This is Gary Neville. I get it. You're full of yourselves, but he can turn down City for United because he likes them more and still wants to leave this summer. He left before, but still loved the club. Enjoy Saturday night and your short period of success. This stuff angers me, man. It just deceives people like Neville, mediocre footballer. Same with Carragher. Carragher, hashtag Ronaldo, did exactly what I thought he would do. Score goals, but make the team worse. The transfer request also caused the idea he turned down Man City because of his love for Man United. So people like Carragher and Neville, they're always going to feed you a bit of half-truths. They're always going to make you debate. So there you're probably going, yeah, Ronaldo did do well. You're in the team of the year. But United didn't deliver, did they? They struggled. So did Ronaldo make the team worse? Like, really? United finished sixth because they were meant to finish sixth. Simple as that. And wherever they finish next year is where they're supposed to finish. Whoever is on their team for the Red Devils. So again, they'll do that with Neville and Carragher will often disagree. So then you're going down to the pub and you're having the chat about Ronaldo and you'll have your beers, talk about it. That's fine. That's all good. I used to do it. Waste my time and energy on those people who I don't even know. I would speak about them. So where will Ronaldo go? I don't give a shit. But did I tell you he was going to re-sign for United and make his second debut on 9/11 and score against Newcastle a month before it happened? Yes. Did I tell you that Messi was going to sign for PSG? Yes. And then got laughed at when I said that. Did I tell you Ten Hag would be the United coach by the end of the season? Yes. With my knowledge. I did all those things with my knowledge of it. Because it's all, whether written in the stars or scripted by the Masons and the Jesuits or God, there's a code that's being fulfilled. So where will Ronaldo go? Will he stay or will he go? If I say Ronaldo's going to go and he stays, oh my God, Gematria is bullshit. It's just bullshit. If I get it right, oh, well, it was always going to happen. Like, let's see if Eriksen goes to Man United, like I said ages ago. He might not. But let's see if Eriksen goes there, which I called back in the Euros. I said he wasn't done. I said he'll come back from cardiac arrest. And he did. And he came back better. And now they're saying Eriksen's one of the best midfielders in the world. The best he's ever been. Right after a cardiac arrest, 9 months after. You believe that? It's nonsense. Sheffield Wednesday. I got asked to play for Sheffield Wednesday as a kid. Sheffield Wednesday, Barnsley, Bradford City, Halifax, York, and there was another one. I think it was Chesterfield. Chose Bradford because it was close and my parents didn't want to drive me to the other places or move. Do I regret that? I did when I was younger. Should have gone to Barnsley. Are you ready to die for the truth, Amani? Truth will set you free. John Hopkins University motto and CIA. Do you agree with that statement? The truth will set you free? It depends what it's setting you free from. But for me, like, the truth will set you free means that you just no longer live in fear. So Johnny agrees with me about the D word, which I can't talk about. But again, if what I say rattles you or offends you and you can't tolerate it, just leave. Just leave. If, what's it say? The gaffers are always talking wise, it hurts my soul. Yeah. Guys, when you listen to the coaches like Klopp and Guardiola, they're actors. They're actors, and they come in off the same scripts all the time, year after year. The same storylines with these games. It's just repetitive. Just like music's repetitive now. It's not original anymore. Movies, they're just doing the same movies over and over again. Satan's running out of ways to trick you. So again, sorry guys, I will decode stuff like Ronaldo on my website, but please don't try and have a conversation with me and say, hey Adam, Where do you reckon Ronnie's going? What, 37-year-old who's going to turn 38 February the 5th? You should be questioning why he still looks the way he does. The way he moves the way he does at almost 38 when he's been playing non-stop for about 22 years professionally. That's the stuff you should be questioning, not, is he going to sign for Chelsea? If he does, who's going to replace Ronaldo? Do you think Rashford's going to come good? Rashford's dog shit. Called that from day one. It's finally getting revealed. But I'm jealous of him because he plays for Man United in England. That's what people will still say. He's shit. Okay, Amani and Annie, that's pretty interesting. We've got children being born every second. There's people who believe that every time somebody dies, a child is born. Do you believe in that? Every time somebody's dead, a child is born. Again, how do we know these things? Paul Thomas, just upset with your view on depression, Adam. It's a sensitive subject. Don't comment on it when you have no experience of it. I do have experience of it. What are you talking about? Are you an expert in it? I went through depression, mate, when I had my awakening. It is the only time in my life where I've been depressed. And I would say I was extremely depressed. My whole reality of the world flipped upside down. I lost loads of friends. I gave up my job. I gave up my wife. I gave up so many things. So don't you come telling me I have no experience of it. What, because you're depressed every day? Is that what it is? Why are you telling me that I have no experience of it? When I've discussed the 3 or 4 months where my whole life flipped upside down. So again, stop putting your comments like that, Paul. Like you know me. So depression is a sensitive topic. So is transgender. So is sports being rigged. So is the corrupt government. So are many other things. And the reason people don't discuss them is because people like you say they're sensitive. So then nobody discusses them. And then people get away with murder, literally. You can't talk about why. All I said is that it's a state of mind and that you can overcome it. When you get in it, there are things that trigger it. My awakening triggered my depression, which I can't believe I'm saying, but I'm honest about it because I ain't a deceiver. The only time in my life, guys, depressed, 3 or 4 months, it was my awakening where I was like, oh my God, sports are rigged. Oh my God, all the movies, I've got symbolism and satanic symbolism with them. Oh my God, the education system I've worked with for 15 years is in all this stuff. And did I overcome the depression? Yes, I realized that I was doing too much research. I was going down the rabbit hole far too much. I stopped exercising. I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't interacting with people. So I knew by doing all of those things, if I continued to do those things and live that way, that I would get more and more and more and more depressed if I continued to do those habits. So I spoke to myself and said, Adam, you can still do this, but not at this level. You need to figure out this. You got to start doing that. And I started finding balance in my life. And now look at me. I am so much energy, so confident in who I am and what I stand up for and what I believe in. So again, I think there is an element where you get depressed. It is what it is. Something triggers it. If you stay in that constantly, daily, then I believe that you're not doing anything about it. That's what I said. And it upset people. So again, last time I'll say this. It's a sensitive topic. Piss off then. Leave. Unsubscribe from my channel. I can't talk about depression because it hurts your feelings. Leave. Leave the live. He's acting on his feminine emotions. It's not even really about feminine or masculine with it. It's your mindset. But to tell me that I can't discuss it, I've never experienced it. What? Thoughts on counseling. Again, it varies from people to people. Some people get a lot out of it. Some people, counseling really does inspire them to make positive change. Other people go to counseling and go, what am I doing here? Like, I'm not learning anything. I'm wasting my money. I've told you, you got marriage counselors telling you how to be happily married who've been divorced 5 times. And you say, well, they've experienced it. They've learned, like, they can do this. But again, if counseling works for you, then go for it. Other people say it's a scam. Psychologists and counseling. People say my life coaching thing's a scam. Why? People get something from it. They enjoy it. Why is it a scam? Why is everything a scam now? So counseling, for me, I would not want to be counseled. But I do like people giving me advice and guiding me. But would I pay them for it? I'd have to truly respect them to do it. It'd have to be somebody that really blows my mind, who I think is going to really help me grow. Otherwise, no, I wouldn't say counseling's a great thing, but it varies from person to person. Same with how you deal with depression. We all get depressed at some point in our life or fed up, all of us. Depression is real, yes. How you react to it and respond to it is on you. Disagree with that? Fine. It's probably compressing, Amani and Annie. How's your Wi-Fi in India? I'll say this, Amani and Annie. This is the reality of it, okay? I'll tell you why people have come to me for life coaching, which again is their choice. Nobody's making anybody do it. They're inspired by the way I speak. All right? I have been a teacher a lot of my life, a coach. People want me to teach them how to decode. They respect the way I decode. They respect my spiritual journey that I've been on. So if there's multiple things they connect with me, they want to speak to me. And the reason that these people who've called me have called me back again to do it again means they enjoyed the first one. So again, this is what people can say. Illusion thinks he's a guru, now he's a life counselor. No, people contacted me asking for that service. Many months I said, no, I don't think it's right for me to do it. And now, since my spiritual awakening, I think I can guide people better than I could months ago. But at the end of the day, it's their journey. But I ain't, like, right now in this live stream, oh my God, 33 in the live, 33 likes. Approaching 3 hours and 33 minutes. Right now in this live stream, who's making you be here? Who's making you be here? Did I make you come and listen to me talk for 3.5 hours? Why are you here? Ask yourself that, Amani. Why are you here now? So the fact that people are paying me to speak to me and give them guidance, they're paying me. It's currency. Currency is energy. I give them my energy. I give them my wisdom, my knowledge. They pay for it. You are here now. Again, for 3.5 hours, you've been here since the beginning. What is it about me that's making you sit through these live streams every day? You're connected with me. You find me intriguing. You find me interesting, don't you? Maybe you like the interaction in the chat with people. Whatever it is, same with Paul. You're here because you're intrigued with what I have to say. Otherwise, you don't have to be here. You could just leave right now. Leave right now. Click that X. Close your computer. Turn your phone off. But you're here. So if you, again, asking me, why are people paying you for that service? Why are you here every day listening to me talk? Was it clinical depression? Obviously not. You have just popped yourself. You were just slagging it off as sulking and feeling sorry for yourself. So you were just fed up and feeling sorry for yourself. What, Paul? So clinical depression, what is it? Who determines that? Your doctor tells you? No, this is just regular depression. This is actually clinical. There's levels to this, sir. They absolutely know how you're feeling just by you telling them. Feeling sorry for myself. I wasn't feeling sorry for myself, but I was lost and my whole reality flipped upside down. It's normal. I grew. They say you get reborn. That's what happened to me. And it was a beautiful thing. Are there things about it that have been really difficult? Yeah. But I've never seen the world so clear than I do now. So it's all worth it. Clinical needs treatment, so it obviously wasn't clinical. You were just being fed up. Clinical needs treatment, according to who? According to your so-called experts? Clinical needs treatment. All right. Yeah. Do you know who can treat it? Yourself. Truth and communities are fun, like my Buddhist monks. Yeah, but you're sitting through me for 3 hours a day, mate. Is there no one else you can listen to? I'm outspoken too, so deal with it. I have nothing but respect for you being outspoken. Just don't tell me that I can't talk about these topics because they're sensitive. I like outspoken people. I respect them. I'd rather you be outspoken and open and speak your mind than hide and live in denial. I'd much rather you be outspoken. Just don't attempt to tell me what I can and cannot say just because you disagree with it. Chat gets Adam rattled. Most of the time it doesn't. Most of the time I just read your comments. But I'm talking about a controversial topic here. And a lot of people can't handle it. So they can just leave. I'm not going to kick anyone out. Reincarnation used to be in the Catholic Bible. Yeah, the Catholic Bible. I respect you, Adam, and if we disagree, so be it. I'm an adult and it's how it is. I respect you too for speaking your piece. I'm just, like I said, to say that I can't talk about depression because I've never experienced it, you don't even know who I am. You can call it an illness. You can say whatever you want about it. But again, like, put it this way. Last thing I say about this. Why are so many celebrities right now over the last 2 or 3 years since COVID pushing mental health? Why? Why are they pushing it so heavily? And who diagnosed you? A doctor? Say it's got to be present for at least 2 weeks. Well, okay. I was depressed for longer than 2 weeks, so that's what he's telling me here. So I did suffer from it because it was 2 weeks where I had a serious mood disorder. And people, like, what's bipolar? What's bipolar? Is it people who have like extremely low moods and then extreme highs, euphoric, and then really low again? Like, is that an actual disorder? That's up to you to decide. Again, I won't talk anymore about depression. I've made my point. I do agree that this is a more important topic than is Kylie Minogue an invert, but exposing all of that is huge. I've told you it's one of the biggest deceptions going. What they've done to us in Hollywood and the media, and most people don't care or deny it, but it will all come out. Everything will be revealed. That's all I'll say. Demi Lovato is bipolar. Yep, that's what they say. Which makes sense. She came through Disney, didn't she? So she probably went through a lot of mind control. Monarch mind control, probably has a butterfly tattoo. And they say because they go through so much abuse, they want to create a new character. So, yeah, I can see that people can be bipolar and through probably extreme things that have happened in their lives when they were younger. Joined the stream late, but glad I found the channel. I appreciate you speaking your mind. Thank you, the People's Narrative. It's what I do. Every day I go live here, I speak my mind. And I'm not here to sugarcoat things and have everybody love me. I've made my point with a lot of topics. Some people say, I love when you talk about this, but not so much this. So I go, all right, don't watch those videos then. Watch the other ones. Simple. You enjoy the streams. You do have strong views, and so do I. Enjoy the streams. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I do have strong views, guys, but I won't force them down your throat and say, like, you're a dumbass for not believing them. But if somebody's going to say something to me, like, you can't talk about this stuff, who are you to say that? You can't say this person's that. You can't prove that. Why can't I say these things? Especially when I'm so good at backing most of them up. Still can't completely prove it. It's all good. We move on. Okay. Sounds good. So Johnny G thinks certain things are demons within you. That's a possibility. It's a possibility. They also got the same tattoo done together, which is 3 triangles, which you said represents past, present, and future. Again, God is the past, present, and future, is forever. Yeah, it's all very interesting. These tattoos mean a lot to these celebrities. They have deep meanings. I think for a lot of people, they have deep meanings. A lot of people just get tattoos to get tattoos now. What's that tattoo? Why do you have that tattoo? I just like it. Just like, it looks cool, doesn't it? Like, yeah, it looks all right. Other people get tattoos and they really mean something deep to them. And people told me that getting tattoos means you're evil. This is the stuff that I struggle to tolerate. If you get a tattoo, you're evil. I can't remember what they said. You're like, oh, what was the word? I can't remember what they said about tattoos being evil. It's basically putting it on your skin. And you wasn't born with that on your skin, and you're, I don't know, disrespecting God's creation by having tattoos. I don't agree with that. I just don't agree with that. 369 scale and triangles. Yeah, I remember studying scale and triangles at school. Studying stuff like that make you hate math. Read up, Adam. It's my sister and a boyfriend. Who's your sister and boyfriend? Wait. Okay. They also got the same. They're on 3 triangles, which you said represent. Okay. Well, they have their reasoning behind the tattoos. At least there's a deep meaning to them. All lies now in my head in regards to who? Who's always lying? What do you mean? I get lost sometimes in translation with your comments. What does it mean? All lies now and more ahead. Who are you referring to? What are you referring to? Tattoos on the famous are tags, in my opinion, that ordinary people simply copy. I agree. When David Beckham got all of that, the sleeve tattoo, and Justin Bieber and Johnny Depp and all of them, that's when all the guys started getting it. All these UFC fighter girls started getting tattoos, and some A-list celebrities, all the girls get them. Like, whatever they push, whatever the mainstream push, the average Joe who's lost copies. That's what happens. So, like with the women now, they're really pushing like CrossFit and having bodies like men and like all of that. It's like, fine, do that, but you're only doing it because the media's pushed you into it, whether you like it or not. Same with all the girls getting tattoos, covered in tattoos now. I don't remember that 10 years ago. It's the media. People have no idea the power of the media, the witchcraft. I'm not letting any... Again, Paul, what if it comes to being divided by something or whatever, that's your choice to be divided. I'm not getting divided with people. All I'm saying is, if they don't like what I'm saying, leave. And if you do like what I'm saying, stay. And if you're somewhere in the middle, maybe stay. I'm making anybody listen to me talk. Main reasons I go live is I wake up every morning saying, can you do a live? And then I end up not just talking for hours. No, apology accepted, Paul. It is what it is. What about buying shirts with footballers' names on them? Worship. Just worship. It's grown men, including me back in the day, grown men getting the name of other guys' names on the back of the shirt and singing songs about them. And guys, it's really pathetic. It's actually kind of pathetic walking around in the football shirts, the more I think about it now. And this is a guy who always wore them. is kind of cringeworthy for me. If you want to keep wearing it and get Messi on the back of your PSG shirt, do it. Don't scream at me because I don't like it. Don't say this guy's. Buy your Messi shirt, PSG. All right, do it. Talk about Messi and Ronaldo at the pub over a bag of crisps and a pint of Foster's. Do it. Just because I don't, doesn't mean you have to get upset with me and scream at me because I don't want to do that anymore. Certain tattoos are portals that attract demons to possess the host. I didn't know that, and it sounds interesting. Any thoughts on how parasites and gut bacteria can affect mood and brain function? I've gotten over a bout of Lyme disease myself, and I definitely felt different emotionally. I got really bad parasite, 2015, I think, or 14. Really bad, bedridden, couldn't eat, was drinking electrolytes. That's all I could. I was going to the toilet every 5 seconds, it seemed. And I think I got it from like undercooked pork. I had a hot dog the night before after a night out. I think it was that. I don't know. Then you just got to rest, I guess. Drink plenty of fluid, get it out of your system, and you move on. I'm not an expert when it comes to bacteria and stuff like that. But again, the so-called experts don't have a clue what they're talking about either. Change their mind every 5 minutes. You have a good spirit. I hope I do. My biggest gift is my spirit. It's powerful. My spirit's powerful. If you're around me, if you feel it around me, you're next to me, you feel it. That's my biggest gift. That's probably all of our biggest gifts. Just people are not aware of their spirit. They don't even believe they have one. You're so new age, such a hippie. Who respect? I respect nobody, Imani. Would I be going live for 3.5 hours and answering your questions if I didn't have any respect for people? I'm a teacher, a coach. You've got no respect for people. Come on, bro. You just don't. You're very. I don't know what to say about you, mate. I don't know what to say about you. I have no respect for anyone here in the chat, is what you're saying. Don't join a camp and you won't be divided ever. Yeah, I agree. Truth is always in the word. What? The word of what? The word of God? I used to get customized jerseys with my nickname only. Do you still do it? You still buy jerseys where they charge you like $80 for a jersey that costs $1 to make? And then they change it 2 years later, so you have to buy the new one, sometimes a year later. I'll never do that again. It's the Adam show. How is it when I'm going back? Guys, I read nearly every comment. I respond. I'm open with your comments. I keep people in here. This is not the Adam show. The Adam show would be, do you know how many people go live who have loads of subs and they never interact with the chat? Ever. All these people typing all this stuff, they don't ever read one comment. So again, this is the Adam show. Do you want me to just not read any more comments out and then make it the Adam show? No. It's the Adam show wouldn't exist without the audience. Told you my lives would be mediocre without the comment section. I would just do regular videos. So I know within this live, there's a variety of people in the chat. I love that. There's men, there's women, there's gay, there's straight, there's religious, there's atheist, there's people from Africa, from Europe, from the US, from Canada. All these different people, just leave in the comments. Obviously, you get the same 2, 3, or 4 that, like Imani and Annie, every time I look at the chat, is leaving so many comments. And it's like, all right, mate. Okay, you've made your point. I don't need to read you every other comment. But I respond. I'm patient with it. Today, have I been patient? Not when people are saying I can't talk about certain topics because they're offensive and sensitive topics. No, I'll get rattled by that. And people saying, stop talking about it or I'm leaving. Don't even have to threaten me with that. Just leave. What are you threatening me for? It's my channel. Just leave. You don't have to tell me you're going to leave if I threaten me. Not physically, but if you don't stop talking about this, I'm leaving. Just leave. Just leave. Well, I'm not going to say Amani has no life. Somebody's saying Amani has no life. It's just he asked the question why he hates on so many people within my lives and me at times, yet he's here all the time. That's a question he needs to ask himself. And he'll probably say he's here to guide us all because we're so enslaved in the system and we don't know what we're talking about. So he's a hero, like the guy who said I should be paying him for his codes. It's like, all right, yet you're the one watching my live stream. Why should I be paying you? Would you put a Mason on the Adams show? Again, please don't call it the Adams show. What if a Mason said, I'm a Mason, I would happily be on your show, you can interview me? Yes, I'd love to know more about the Masons. I don't know anything about them other than the history. They're supposedly 33 degree. They get initiated. I'm limited on my knowledge of the Masons. I know all the numbers connect to big rituals, but would I have a Mason on the show? As long as it's not Mason Mount, I don't want to talk to that deceiver. But yeah, of course, I would love to have a Mason on. Do you think a Mason's going to do that though? Maybe. Maybe I've had one on and not been aware of it. Okay, good. Amani and Annie doesn't hate anyone. I guess you could lose supporters like that, just like when Ronaldo made Rooney angry again. England and everyone else booed Ronaldo for Man United. Yeah, that was all a show, no? Wayne Rooney kicks Ronaldo. England against Portugal, quarterfinal of the Euros. Ronaldo gets kicked. Rooney gets sent off. Ronaldo winks. Ronaldo comes back. Everyone hates Ronaldo, but people also hated Rooney. Because if Rooney didn't get sent off, then we probably would have won a bullshit trophy. So all these tournaments are bullshit tournaments. And yeah, it's like when Beckham got sent off. Everyone in England, he got booed in every stadium because he got a red card, which was staged, where he kicked Simeone. He got all emotional about it. I won't do that anymore. I'll laugh at it. I'll code it. I'll reveal that bullshit behind it. I won't get rattled by it. I don't watch the sports. But I know most of you still watch them. And you're probably excited for the upcoming Premier League season and the upcoming NFL season and the World Cup. And you're excited about it. Good for you. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Does that mean I'm better than you? No. Just don't give a shit. Fair play, Adam. I agree. You do interact with us and give us your time. I do. I give you loads of my time. I do these live streams for free. I could easily set up a podcast website where you have to pay to listen to me talk. Easy, like in 5 minutes. I could monetize this. I've told you all of that. I haven't done it. If it ever happens, maybe. There's a massive demand. I don't know if I'll ever have one. So I get limited all the time. But yeah, I interact with you all the time. Tell me how many YouTubers are going live 3 or 4 hours a day consistently at this level with this level of energy and talking about a variety of topics, not just one thing, not just Gematria and there's been a school shooting. I talk about so many topics. How many people in this community or on YouTube are doing that? Give me 5 people who are going live 3 or 4 hours a day and having a range of content and interacting with their chat. Tell me, you can. You can. That's the reality of it. People still try and call me out. We have to help each other. That's the truth. I agree. I completely agree with that. Do you respect the Masons? In what way? Do I respect the Masons? Not really. I don't know them. I respect people with knowledge, but I respect people who have knowledge and share it, not hide it for personal gain. I share everything I learn. I try and share with you, whatever it may be. I go out of my way to share it with my supporters, followers, whatever it is. Do I respect the Masons? No. I don't respect them. at all. Would you join them? No. I find my own truth. I don't get it from other people. I find my own. So would I join the Masons? No. Why would I? What would I gain from that? Why do I need the Masons? To figure out who I am or why I'm here. So no, I wouldn't join them. Amani and Annie about to bless us with the best hookah flavor. Yeah. I think Johnny G is one of my favorite people that's in the live. He just leaves the most random, funny comments. And I don't think a lot of people understand him, but it's just funny. He always says blank blank about to, or the illusion about to go for some barbacoa tacos or something. I'm like, what? No, I'm not. It's just funny. Amani and Annie's puffing. Puff the Magic Dragon. You should break down that song. It's very interesting. Yeah, Paul, helping people is the best thing you can do, I think. It's what I try and do. I help guide people. But it's through my words, through my actions, whatever it is, coaching, teaching. I love it. I get pleasure out of it. It's amazing. But you've got to help yourself along the way as well. I think I'm done. I think I've said my piece. I'm almost done 4 hours. Lost Villain, would you join them? I always get these questions. Would you join the Masons, Lost Villain? Because I have respect for you. Would you join them? Soul of Cinder, I think it would be incredible if all the Gematria channels got together. There'd be a lot of ego, though. I think there'd be a lot of ego, but I think it'd be great. But there's always going to be lovers and haters of people, and I don't know. I don't know how good it would be, but I just like interacting with open-minded people, and I'm open to everything they say. And I'll tell you if I don't agree with it. You like Red Bull, bro? No. Don't drink energy drinks. Red Bull gives you wings like Lucifer, and you Monster energy drink 666. I find my energy from within. I don't need to put some toxins in my body to give me fake energy. I think a lot of it is fake. I think it's the placebo effect. You're really convinced that it's giving you energy. You've convinced yourself that you've had the energy drink. Now you feel pumped. I think a lot of it, I know your heart races and all of that, but I think a lot of it is in your head. So energy drinks, I don't recommend. But again, drink them if you want. My mate Chris loves energy drinks. The guy's phenomenal body. I told you he looks like Rambo. He has one energy drink a day in the morning, and he gets the big one. Like, I wouldn't take a sip of that. Adam is a Mason, yo. Guys, you know Amani Anani is actually Pope Francis? It just goes by Amani Anani in the chat. It's actually Pope Francis. So there you go. Amani Anani is the Pope, guys. He just said I'm a Mason, just throwing it out there. Nothing to back it up. I'm saying Amani Anani is Pope Francis. So that's a fact. Amani Anani is the Pope. Sorry for revealing that, mate. Energy drinks are awful for you. I agree. I agree. You just have to read them. Read the back of them, how bad they are for you. But do you know what it is? A lot of the things on the back where it tells you the ingredients, the average Joe doesn't care enough to study what's in it. They don't know. Like, let's have a look. Monster energy drink ingredients, because there's so many like scientific terms. So they'll say things like, I don't know, sodium citrate or sorbic acid or benzoic acid, taurine, Panax ginseng extract. They don't know what those things are. They'll probably look and see carbonated water, sugar, glucose, and that's when they stop. So they don't know. They're not going to go out of the way. So let me Google sodium citrate. It sounds like something I don't want to have in my body. Put it that way. But sodium citrate as the chemical, it's a chemical formula of NaCHO. It's sometimes referred to simply as sodium citrate. Though sodium citrate can refer to any of the 3 sodium salts of citric acid, it possesses a saline, mildly tart flavor and is a mild alkali. Pretty sure that's not good for your body. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's not good for your body. There's sorbic acid. What's this that you're putting in your body every time you drink this? That's to preserve the food. It's to preserve the food. Yeah, it's a preservative. All right. Benzoic acid, that's a preservative as well. What's taurine? Taurus, like the bull. Another chemical, aminosulfonic acid. You're putting all these chemicals in your body and they're telling you, all these chemicals. Yeah, energy drinks. But more importantly, guys, let's forget about everything we talked about. Where do you think Ronaldo's going to go? So, guys, Ronaldo is coming towards the end of his career. Oh, man, I'm talking about Ronaldo, 37, likes his age. So, yeah, more importantly, forget about everything else I talk about. Where's Ronaldo going, guys? What do you think, Mr. Man? Where do you reckon? Chelsea? Madrid? State United? Do you think he'll go to City, guys? No, I don't think he'll fit in. They've just got Haaland. It don't make sense for him to go there. Yeah, no, it's definitely not going to go to Liverpool. He loves United too much. He wouldn't do that to his beloved club, the Red Devils. He's not going to Liverpool. And they just signed that other striker, didn't they? Maybe he can join up with PSG, guys. What do you reckon? With Messi and Neymar and Mbappe? That'd be a good move, wouldn't it? Because he's not done it in the French league. Yeah. Would that make him the GOAT, though? Like, if he goes to the French league, because he's done it in the Premier League, La Liga, Serie A. Like, if he goes to the French, like, I think that probably makes him the GOAT, no? What do you reckon, guys? I'm intrigued. What do you reckon? This is really interesting. This is life-changing stuff here. Where's he going, guys? Where's Ronnie going? Oh, man, what a player, eh? What a player. You know what? After this, I'm going to go buy a United shirt and get Ronaldo on the back. It's going to cost me $250, but it's going to be well worth it. So what do you reckon, guys? Ronaldo? Where's he going? Where's he going, guys? Maybe MLS. Maybe MLS, yeah. A lot of them, like Kaka retired out there, didn't he? David Beckham, David Villa. Yeah, that's a good one. Let me write that down. So maybe Ronaldo. Like, I think maybe Ronaldo, I think he could go back to Portugal, like, to be fair. To be really fair, like, he loves Portugal, doesn't he? That's where his career started. Like, yeah, probably go back to Lisbon. I'm thinking Lisbon, guys. But who's going to replace? But who's going to replace him at United, Edwards? Who do you reckon? That's a great question. I don't know, mate. How do you replace the GOAT? Can you replace the GOAT? Can Ronaldo be replaced? He's like irreplaceable, isn't he? I don't know. Like, do you think United could get Mbappe? Do you think they can afford him? Oh no, he just signed that extension, didn't he, with PSG? I don't know, mate. Like, I don't know. Maybe Jesse Lingard comes good again. Maybe. I don't know. I hope he stays though. I'm like, pray, please, Ronaldo, stay at United. Please, 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 we need you. We need you to finish 6th again in the league and win no trophies. CR7's going to LA Galaxy, baby. Who cares where he goes, eh? Who cares? Gareth Bale. The guy who couldn't get in at Spurs and then becomes a Madrid legend. You hope United get relegated. Why? Why do you even care if they get relegated or win a trophy if it's all rigged and bullshit? Why do you want them to get relegated? So you can laugh at the fans? It's the numbers choice. Yeah, I agree. Wherever Ronaldo goes, it will all be coded. I'll be the one revealing why he went where he went. Like that. If I kept an eye on what's going on now, I'll probably be able to figure out because they give you clues. I did say I need Elizabeth to die. If she dies, Ronaldo leaves. I've said that. I've said that for a while. If Elizabeth dies before the Premier League begins, he's gone. Eric Ten Hag, hey? The 10. What's it saying here? Ten Hag wants to sign Ajax forward Anthony. I don't even know these players anymore. I just don't care. Ronaldo's greatest goals. He's looking more and more like a woman, by the way. And he's being very camp. Ronaldo's being very, very camp. In like TikTok videos that is being really camp. So again, the young kids that look up to him are going to be doing all this camp stuff, gay stuff, which is what Ronaldo's promoting right now. Whether you like it or not, he is. So the kids are going to copy him. It's what happens. Andy Gorham dies at 58. Freemasonry 58, Pope Francis 58, Kobe Bryant 58. That big number's big. 260 appearances for Rangers. That 260 is huge. It's a really big number. I think that's how many goals. Is that how many goals Alan Shearer's got in the Premier League? Two Premier League scorers. Yeah, I'm right. 260. That 26, the God number, 26 letters in the alphabet. This guy had 260 appearances for Rangers. He was part of the 9 in a row squad. What did I tell you? 9's the number of completion. 9 in a row. He also played a number of other clubs, Oldham, Hibernian and Motherwell. Great clubs. Why did they have to tell us this? Like, Gorham made 260 appearances for Jers between 1991 and 1998. 7-year period. Won 5 league titles, 3 Scottish Cups, 2 League Cups. Why did they have to just tell us he had 260 appearances for Rangers? Why not his complete appearances? Because they have to throw in the 260. 43 caps for Scotland. Masonry gets you 43. Oh, born in 64. Coronavirus declared 311, 64th prime. Gary Neville popping up again. Terribly sad news about Andy Gorham. R.I.P. Andy. Love to all your family. They all do this, these celebrities. They all have to put the R.I.P. They all do it. They put the R.I.P. John Hartson. There we go again. Sorry to hear the sad passing of Andy Gorham. Sending my condolences onto the Gorham family. Why don't you message them? R.I.P. Andy. John Hartson, eh? It's at Celtic. What a crazy world we live in. But again, Andy Gorham died. His spirit didn't die. We never die. Another 26. Like, they can't help themselves. During his 7 years at Ibrox, he faced Celtic 26 times. Just learn this. I told you my Patreon got deleted on 26, 2 months and 6 days after my birthday. God 26, Adam 26, 26 letters in the alphabet. This guy, 260 appearances for Rangers, played 26 times against Celtic for Rangers. 26 is a massive number. Suarez was unplayable at Liverpool. Yes, he was sensational. But do you remember this celebration from Sturridge? It was the Baphomet. Sturridge would move and do the robot, and he would put one hand up and one hand down. Watch it. SAS, Sturridge and Suarez, they're amazing together. Sturridge did the Baphomet celebration. So did Crouch when he was doing the robot. Watch it. I see those things. So I have eyes to see. All you see is a big lanky goon or your talented superstar doing the stupid dance. I see the symbolism behind it. Watch it. Watch Sturridge's celebration. He just disappeared, didn't he? He was amazing at Liverpool. He kind of just disappeared. Oh, he had a bad attitude to the game. Nonsense. Yes, Anthony Joshua is just an actor. Gary Neville is bang average footballer. I'd absolutely ruin Gary Neville if I went one-on-one with him now, and he's probably not much older than me. I'd love to absolutely ruin him. Maybe that Bellamy guy is secretly Craig Bellamy. That would be hilarious. Do you remember Bellamy at Liverpool as well? I ended up Newcastle with Shearer, and he fell out with Shearer. Bellamy was a great player, wasn't he? He was a talented player, Bellamy. Welsh. He was at Norwich. I think he was at Blackburn. But he was annoying. It's just whether he was playing the role of being annoying or if he was just an annoying guy. Torres was incredible at Liverpool. And then why is it everybody who signs for Chelsea, like these big top strikers, is it number 9 shirt? Torres was shy. But he got that goal at the Nou Camp that got them to the Champions League final. Whatever. He was shite at Chelsea. All right? He was amazing at Liverpool, and then he went to Chelsea, and he was shit. All right? But he won the Champions League. It don't matter. He was shit. Jonathan Greening won the Champions League. Wes Brown did. John O'Shea did. Neville sisters did. What's your point? Does it make them great? No. Falcao went to Chelsea as a big name. Did nothing. Shocking. I would even say now at this point, like, he won the Champions League with them, but what's his name? The German guy who's playing for Werner. Werner was like immense, the best thing going. He went to Chelsea. He hadn't really done anything. He won the Champions League, Edwards. What have you ever won? All right, mate. Okay. There's a lot of them. Lukaku did great at Inter, goes back to Chelsea, dog shit. Seem to get these strikers, Chelsea, big time strikers, and they don't do anything. It's like some weird curse or something. It's like a weird curse. KDB is insanely overrated. I disagree. Like, again, I can't believe I'm still talking about this, but you guys like it. KDB for me is not overrated the way he plays the game. Like, I think he's talented, but I think he's a genetic female. But I think KDB, you can't deny that guy's technique and ability, the way he strikes the ball for me. Lukaku is horseshit. Higuain, yeah, that's another one. Higuain's another guy who went to Chelsea. Big name, did nothing. There's a few more with Chelsea. There's a few more. Why is that? Like, for me, if you're an outstanding player, like an outstanding striker, you can just play anywhere. If you have that talent. Torres went from banging in, every shot he took was a goal, to where he's like going to Old Trafford, rounding the goalkeeper, open goal, and missed. And the crowd went crazy. No player who's half decent should miss an open goal. That close. Even on the weaker foot. And I did notice this. Go back and watch that clip. Go back and watch that clip. When Torres missed, where he rounded the keeper, and it was looking like a tap-in for him, and he missed with his left foot. Watch it. I can't remember who was the left back, but there was Phil Jones in shot, and he's doing that. It's like the Jesus on a cross. He's doing that. And then so was another player, the left back. And they both did it at the same time that he missed. As soon as they both put their arms out, Torres missed. Wow. Cut me off when I'm talking about spells, eh? Crespo. Hernan. Crespo. He scored in the Champions League final against Liverpool when it finished 3-3. Somehow Liverpool won it. Again, if that's not God or magic or something, I don't know what it is, that game. The Leeds guy going to City, that'll probably be, is it Calvin Phillips? It's the only one I can think that would go to a club like City. Calvin Phillips, the female, plays for England. Came out of nowhere, playing Championship, then playing for England in the Euros, and was our best player, supposedly. I didn't watch it. People said he was England's best player, most consistent player. Calvin Phillips. What, is he going to City now? Why? Oh, Fernandinho's retired. But is that Phillips going to get in ahead of Rodri? No, you need a big squad, mate. This is City's turn. It's their time now for Champions League. So again, Calvin Phillips came out of nowhere. There's a painting of him on the side of a house in Leeds, where Calvin Phillips is doing that. Google it. Why? Why is he doing that? Nobody going to question why he's throwing up the pyramid? Charlie Adam on a rainy day at Stoke looks like Rooney, yeah. He's another one who came out of nowhere. He had that great season with Blackpool. What were Blackpool doing in the Premier League if it's not the numbers? How did Blackpool get there? Have you been in a stadium? I've played there. Awful. Awful stadium. They had an awful team. And I'm pretty sure they stayed up one season. Did they not? With Charlie Adam? And then he went to Liverpool. Really, Charlie Adam at Liverpool? Just a big Mason. So you're saying Zidane was insane because he had a few keys? Are you telling me that? Well, okay, God, I'm getting like one of the guys at the bar here. For me, Zidane is the best player I've ever seen. For me, Zidane's the best player I've ever seen. I'll stick to that. Whether it's legit demons there, whatever, la-di-da-di-da with it all. For me, like visually seeing them on a pitch live, Zidane. Outrageous talent. Overrated. So only Amani Anani can say Zinedine Zidane's overrated. This is who I'm dealing with Amani Anani. He's saying Zinedine Zidane's overrated. I'm saying Charlie Adams overrated. Those type of players. Lukaku, he's saying Zidane, the guy who won the World Cup, the Euros, like won God knows how many Champions Leagues, destroyed it with Juventus when the Italian league was the best league in the world, Serie A, when Zidane was in there playing for Juve. Killed it at Madrid, won everything going. But according to Amani Anani, again, it's all opinion. He believes Zidane is overrated. It's fine. Find that pretty hilarious. He moved like a good Mahrez. Amani Anani is just trying to rat on me. Again, Mahrez, a lot of people say he's overrated, but he delivers, doesn't he? Little female Mahrez. He delivers Mahrez. He always seems to pop up with a big goal, that guy. Pele overrated for me, but I never saw him live. Morata, that's another one who went to Chelsea and did nothing. Morata. There's a curse with that number 9 jersey, I think. I'll say this, if Chelsea sign another number 9 or whatever they do, don't put him in your fantasy team if you still play that. My mate Gabby really wants me to do the fantasy football this year. I'm not going to be able to do it. That was used for money laundering. I don't know about that because with the money, it's all bullshit. They lie about the figures and all of that. Man didn't even have a fixed position. Zidane didn't need one. The best players give 3 roles. They just say, give him the ball. I had that gift, thankfully. Give him the ball. Zidane didn't need a position, mate. He just took the piss wherever he was. Van Nistelrooy, yeah, he was overrated. Scored all his goals from like 2 yards. Van Nistelrooy was like Harry Kane. I just think immensely overrated, but great goal scoring record. Leicester, what is the secret lie? Leicester won the league all connected to Revelation and Kobe Bryant. Watch my video about it. Try and dismiss that video of why Leicester won the league in 2016, the year Kobe retired. And they got 81 points. Did Leicester win Kobe's highest scoring games, 81. Look how Leicester got 81 points that season. Click on that link on YouTube. Watch the first 10 seconds. Which link? Check Jesus' state and come back to me. Stats? In what sense? He didn't score many goals. I'll give you that. He didn't score many goals, but he controlled the games, and everywhere he went, he won, and he was the main reason why. So again, you can judge off stats. You can say Harry Kane's amazing because of his goal scoring stats. Say that about Lukaku. You think Lukaku is amazing? If you look at his goal stats, you'd say, yeah, he's absolutely sensational footballer. Is he a good footballer? Can't deny that he's not a good goal scorer. I don't think he's a good footballer, but he does what he's supposed to do, doesn't he? Scores. He gets about 100 chances, though, to score 1. I don't think that's great. It's just a big beast, Lukaku, just an animal. Brian Robson was garbage, but they made him out to be. David Beckham's idol was Brian Robson. But again, I never saw Brian Robson live. For me, I have to see them live. Chris Waddle, I saw him live. He played for Bradford City. He scored from the halfway line for Bradford City. I was there. That was a great goal. He had a good left foot. Ian Wright came from non-league to playing for Arsenal. Something not right with him. I tell you, Ian Wright's married to a bloke. David Beckham, one of the most overrated players in the world, yeah. People try and tell me he's one of the most underrated. David Beckham is in the top 10 most overrated players to ever play the game. How the guy went to PSG, AC Milan, Real Madrid, Man United, captain his country, LA Galaxy, although they were the best team at the time, probably still are. Now Hernandez is there. You always have to have somebody there, don't they? Chicharito's the player now. Who's their superstar, I think? He might not be. I don't know anymore. I don't care. Martinelli, insanely overrated. I can't say I don't watch the game anymore, but I know that Arsenal fans obsess over him. But I think I'm going to go. I've done over 4 hours. Saka, I said from the first moment I saw him play, was painfully awful. I called it out. People say, look, he's doing well in the Euros. I was like, the guy's awful. You're being deceived here. They're tricking you. They've convinced you that he's amazing. He's shite, Saka. And I will prove it. I think it'll get clear that Saka is painfully overrated. I don't care if he was Arsenal's player of the year. You fall for that shit. Saka's mediocre. But he plays for England and Arsenal. All that shit is mediocre. He's shit. Is he kind of quick? Yeah. Most decent footballers or athletic footballers are quick. Especially, no offense, if they're African American, they're quick. Much love, Divine Feminine, live in UK. Have a wonderful evening. I'm about to go. I've done 4 hours and 21 minutes. Queen Elizabeth, born April the 21st, 421. You reckon Grealish is at his peak? No. I think he'll get better, Grealish. But I think it's a female. I think Grealish... I will say this. When I was watching football, I liked Grealish. I liked that he got the ball and he went forwards. So I like Grealish. I don't watch the game anymore. Now I watch the game. Towards the end of when I was watching sports, I was like, this league's so slow. Grealish would get it and he could do whatever he wanted. There was no one on him. He was just doing that. And he was the most foul player in the Premier League, wasn't he, last year? The most foul player. Because he always tried to commit the defender, which I like about Grealish. So no, I don't think he's in his prime. There's a whole debate about Grealish should start for England. That's just going to be the whole story of his career with England. Should he start? He should have started more. What could have been for Jack Grealish? That's his storyline. I think he's a decent player, but I think it's honestly a genetic female. So is Phil Foden. Dani Alves the best right back ever? No, just because he's the most successful. I don't know if he's the best right back ever. I think Cafu was a better overall player. Dani Alves couldn't defend. Dani Alves didn't have to defend because Barcelona always had the ball. So they didn't have to defend. They had the ball. What was it? 89% possession they would have? Something outrageous. So Dani Alves was, I would say, maybe the best attacking right back. He was more like a right midfielder, but he couldn't defend, Alves, in my opinion. Not like somebody like Cafu could defend, or like your Maldinis can defend. Can anyone defend anymore? Who is the best defender in the world now? Van Dijk, fair enough. Dyke, like lesbian. There's not many good defenders anymore. They're most fullbacks now. Like your Trent Alexander-Arnold and your Robertson, they're judged more on about their assists, how many goals they get. So yeah, there's not many great defenders now anywhere in the world. I can't think of 5 where I'm like, yes. Like back in the day, you could just throw so many names out for unbelievable defenders. Now it's all about Ramos is insanely overrated. But again, he's won so many trophies. He's captained them. He scores lots of goals, like penalties and stuff. I really do believe, hand on my heart, Ramos is another female. Just go back to when he was 17. And look at his wife. They're always doing devil horns together, those two. But I do think Ramos, as a defender... All right, I better go. I hope my website gets sorted. Ramos, if Ramos was such a good defender, why did he get booked and sent off so many times if he was such a good defender? Would a good defender need to foul all the time if they were a good defender. What did Maldini say? Maldini said if he had to slide, then he was defending poorly. If he had to slide, he wasn't in the right position. And I agree with him. So someone like Ramos, who's always sliding or last-ditch tackles and this, that, and the other, that's not great defending for me. That's desperate. That whole desperation defending, that's not the sign of a great defender for me. So yeah, Ramos, pushed by the media. You love him, or most people do. Criminally overrated. But the best player to ever play the game simply is Harry Maguire. The best player to ever play the game is Harry Maguire. And I dare you to challenge that. There's never been a more talented footballer than Harry Maguire. I'll look you straight in the eye and say that. So you can give me your Messis and your Ronaldos and your Sergio Ramos, your Pele, your Maradona. No one's better than Harry Maguire. What he did that season with Leicester was just wow. Wow. What a player, guys, eh? What's for dinner? I don't know, mate. Oh, I'm going out to a restaurant. I'm going for Mexican foods. I'm going to watch that girl perform. And then I'll maybe get an ice cream. This restaurant's pretty expensive, though. Not ideal when I've just paid all my bills end of the month, but that's most people. But yeah, it's called Tres Serenas, Three Mermaids. Going there. And I'm going there. What time is it? It's 4:13. Okay. Give me Rooney over Lewandowski. Thiago Silva, one of the best I've seen. He's not as good as Harry Maguire, though, is he, Amani? Come on, even you know that. That story from Greece, well, I've decoded. I've not shared this with anybody. I decoded Greece's 2004 win at the Euros, where they won practically every game 1-0 or went to extra time. I decoded that. It's pretty impressive. I'll share it on my website. Oh, thank you, Divine Feminine Living UK, with the lips. Can you even see my lips now with my mustache? Not really. This mustache is getting out of control. But you know who has amazing ball control? Harry Maguire. The best to ever play the game. RAM is like ramen and operating system Operation Dark Winter. I pray that you're in flight, not be in the winter. No, it's just before. I know the winter, mate, is going to be horrific. It will be the dark winter. I don't regard September as winter. I think it's more like around November-ish, where it's really that dark winter. So September, no. We'll see if I get to England. I believe I will. Where do you live, mate? 6079. Where do you live? Country, you don't have to say this. Donkic. What, number 77? Who gets all these outrageous last-second winning shots? Because he's just got a great mindset for the game. Load of nonsense, man. United signing that 5'8" centre-back to partner with 8-foot Maguire. To be honest, in regards to Harry Maguire, you don't need anyone else. Like, I would just play with De Gea, who's shocking. I probably prefer Henderson, but I think he's going to Nottingham Forest. I would have De Gea, Harry Maguire, just at the back by himself, a back one of Harry Maguire. And then I'll probably play, so you got 1-1, and maybe 7 in midfield, 2 strikers. So I go for 1-1-7-2. Because Harry Maguire, for me, is like the equivalent of 4 like sensational defenders. He's that good, guys. Like, if you're denying Harry Maguire's ability, then you're just deluded. You are the delusion. If you're going to say Harry Maguire is not the greatest to ever play the game, then please leave my live stream, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're like talking shit. You're deluded if you're going to say that. So we all know, anyone in the right mind knows Harry Maguire is the greatest athlete. Maybe the greatest person to ever walk the earth. Harry Maguire, everybody. Wow, if only I could be half the guy. 1% of the guy of Harry Maguire, then I'd be one hell of a person. Berbatov got the best ball control. Yeah, his touch was amazing, Berbatov, the Bulgarian. I'll give you that one, Amani Anani. We don't always agree on things, but Berbatov's touch, smooth. Criminally overrated player, Luis Figo. Criminally overrated, in my opinion. You'll deny it. You're saying, nah. The whole thing about him going to Real Madrid and Barcelona and the pig's head thrown at him, just all the show, all the shit show. He was really overrated. I thought Rui Costa was better than Figo. If you remember him, I think he was more talented than Figo. From when I watched the game, Figo always looked like he was in slow motion. Big giant legs. He had a big conch on him as well. And Raul from Madrid. Wow, he's up there in the top 10 most overrated players in my lifetime. He did nothing, but he scored a lot of goals. Raul was, oh man. Raul, do you remember him from Madrid? The captain? Why? He got chosen, didn't he? Because of his bloodline. Zizou ball control, mad too, yeah. You see, with Zidane, we got pinged to him and he controlled it with like a back heel. Glorious. Neymar's got a good touch, but he's criminally overrated, but he's got a good touch like most Brazilians. Go on YouTube and watch futsal. You'll see people who have a real good touch. Come watch the Illusion play. See a real touch there, baby. Yeah, what if you're talking about first touch, and go watch a game of futsal. Brazilians playing futsal. That's where you see real technique. Ronaldinho had a touch on him, didn't he? Thiago from Liverpool got better ball control than Xavi. I didn't like Xavi. Thought he was overrated. Iniesta had great touch. Batistuta was a good player. Yep, he's a beast. Gabriel. Do you remember Ariel Ortega for Argentina? He was good, really tiny. And then there was Pablo Aimar. You remember, guys, I'm pulling out some corkers here. Pablo Aimar. He was supposed to be the next Messi. Pablo Aimar. He was special. I put him in my World Cup dream team when he was like an unknown, and he delivered for me. Pulled it right out of the bag. I won that World Cup dream team. Pablo Aimar, 3.5 million. Delivered for me on the big stage. Thank you, Pablo. Don't know what happened to him. Juan Mata had the best touch. He had a great touch, Juan Mata. Most Spaniards do, don't they? But I don't know. You think Juan Mata had a better touch than Iniesta? Don't know about that one. Seedorf, yeah, he was a talent. That's why he played at all the big clubs, didn't he? Won everything, Seedorf. Anyway, why am I doing this? I'm doing everything I said I didn't want to do. I'm talking about these people like I give a shit. But it is bringing back some good memories. But again, just giving the audience what they want. I can talk about anything, pretty much. Fernando Redondo, yeah. Was he at Real Madrid? Valderrama, the Colombian. Shocking hair. Decent player, to be fair. Cannavaro, criminally overrated. 5'8", wins the Ballon d'Or. 5'8" centre half. He wins it, but Maldini never got it. Yeah, something with Cannavaro. Again, it'll be his bloodline or something. He won the World Cup, didn't he? I think he captained Italy when they won it. Wait, yeah, that's when Zidane headbutted Materazzi, wasn't it? Italy won it. I think, I'm pretty sure Cannavaro, the captain. Maybe it won, maybe it was Buffon. Don't quote me on it. I think it was Cannavaro. Could be wrong. One thing we have to take from today, if we can't disrespect Adam. What do you mean you can't disrespect me? You guys can go at me. You can go at me, but I'll go at you. You can disrespect me. I get it. Amani does it. People do it all the time to me. Santi Cazorla, yeah, great player. If you want to disrespect me, just be aware I will either just ignore you or I'll go at you. Depends how strongly I feel about the criticism. But yeah, say what you want. Claudio Caniggia, Argentinian striker, long-haired female. I think was he playing in the 1990 World Cup? I think he was. CC for you 33. Claudio Lopez, yeah. Do you remember what's the guy who was amazing at Villarreal? Argentinian. Come on, Adam. Riquelme. Player. Riquelme. If you don't know who he is, check out his highlights. Roberto Baggio is an invert. What about his brother Dino? Dino. Good memory when Gerrard scored that banger and then Gray said, "Oh, you beauty." Which one? Which banger? The one in the Champions League? The one against West Ham in the FA Cup final? Gerrard got a lot of bangers, didn't he? It's probably the Champions League one that you're referring to. Yeah, people agree with me with Riquelme, which is great, because if you're going to say Riquelme wasn't a talented player, then there's something not quite right with you. Because I would put him under the criminally underrated players. I may do a live about it just for you guys. Not now, obviously not. I'm going to have to go. Criminally underrated players, criminally overrated, and I'll give, I don't know, 15 for each one. I'll pull out some real classics. And again, just like life, like with footballers, it's perception. I might dislike that player, you might think is the greatest thing. Amani Anani said Zidane's overrated. I find it hard to not laugh at that. But either he's triggering me or he really believes, no, he was overrated. I didn't see much in him. My stomach's rumbling, so it's time to go. You need to expose Saka to look. I have exposed Saka. I did a video about Saka, Rashford, and Sancho. You should watch it. I called out exactly what would happen after they missed penalties. I said, we'll put statements out, Rashford first, because he missed the first penalty, then Sancho, then Saka. I called it all before it happened. Watch. And then I read out all of these same bullshit statements that they didn't write, that you think they write. Like when Ronaldo goes on Twitter and says, we would like to keep this moment private, and he's just done supposedly a 4-page statement telling people what happened, yet he wants privacy. So why is he telling us? And when did he have time to type it all up? So like, well, Cristiano Ronaldo. See, you didn't do that, mate. It's funny that people believe they're putting out these statements. Amani Anani knows a lot of stuff, but he trolls at the same time because he thrives off the back and forth. So I think he probably does have a lot of knowledge, but he's just taking the piss. Because if he's saying Zidane is overrated, then he's just taking the piss. Or he is actually, I'm not going to say what I want to say. If he thinks Zidane's underrated, not overrated, then come on. What are the chances of Rashford hitting the post? That's where I think it's magic. Oh, God. Rashford's not good enough to hit the post. It's not even good enough to hit the target, let alone the post. So, yeah, that's where people get lost. There's no way. You're telling me that they said, Rashford, you're going to miss and you're going to hit the outside of the post? No. Doesn't mean Rashford didn't know he was going to miss. Depends how it's all works with the magic, with God, with the astrology. We don't know yet. We still don't know. I can keep calling stuff day after day. I still might have nothing to do with what I'm saying. Weirdly. All right, I'm off. It could be being controlled by demons. Beckham was overrated to an embarrassing level. Brilliant, Flinny. And an embarrassing level, Beckham. He never beat a player. He was slow. He could just ping a ball. That's why they really emphasized his ping. I always said if Beckham looked like, I don't know, Scholes, you would never heard of Beckham. If Scholes looked like Beckham, oh my goodness, they would say Scholes was the greatest player to ever play the game. If Scholes looked like Beckham, they would say he's the greatest to ever play the game with Scholes. If he looked like David Beckham, I'm telling you. All right, peace and blessings, much love. I hope you appreciate the energy and time I give you. I've just done almost 5 hours. I think I've broke my record. I'm sweating. There's no AC on. I'll let you know about the website. To people who got offended by my live stream where I was talking about depression, I'm not apologizing. I'm not going to apologize for that. Okay, so it is what it is. It's just how I feel about the topic. Much love to you for the way you see it. It is what it is for me. So yeah, I'm going to go lay by the pool, but I'm going to have some beans on toast, I think, right now with some grated cheese, baby. Take care. And will I go live tomorrow? I don't know. Sure, I probably will. Cheers, guys. And Amani and Annie, You are the greatest footballer of all time after Harry Maguire, baby.